All right, guys. Hey, what's going on? So if you guys are watching this later, not live, I'm going to do a lot of Battlegrounds today. Picked up Midnight Haze, so finally have a decent weapon. Got that last night in Nax. Yeah, Ellie Shaman PvP. We're queued for Warsong. If Warsong's not popping that much, we'll probably just go AV and kind of go on the back lines and try and have some fun, do some PvP, answer questions, the usual stuff, all the things we're doing while we're waiting for Season of Discovery, pretty much. I did a little bit of, I actually did a Sunken Temple last night, just for fun with some people. I basically ended up just tanking it the whole time as Ellie, because I just pull threat off of people right away. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I can really feel the difference between the spell power on this dagger. Plus, I have a flask today, so if we start getting a few good Qs, I'll flask up and we'll just pump some damage. Thought there was like, I wonder if there's a update to these add-ons, because my map has just been, yeah, okay, there is some updates. Let's do that. Update all these. Then I will reload. Hi, this is my SOD waiting room, hanging out place. Yeah, pretty much. We're all just waiting. I'm really curious what you think of Rated Battlegrounds in Classic Era. Maybe a good alternative to AV Honor Grind meta. No Arena. I feel like it would be something you'd want. Yeah, Arena I think would be way too unbalanced, and it just wouldn't be fun in Classic. Like if they did skirmishes or whatever, I wouldn't have any problem with that. But I think Rated Battlegrounds would be a lot of fun. And I think it would actually solve the HPH kind of thing, like honor per hour. You have so many people that are just wanting to go into Battlegrounds and have fun, and they kind of it's hard for those people to actually just go in and have fun when everyone's like, stick to the objectives. Like we don't want anyone doing anything outside of the objectives. Whereas if you had rated battlegrounds for, let's say, Warsong Gulchin or Athi Basin, and those rated battlegrounds gave 2 times the honor or something like that, then it would encourage pre-mades to queue for rated battlegrounds as opposed to people queuing into AV, and then it would just leave the other battlegrounds for people to do for fun. But I don't know what that would do to like queue times either, like, or if that would like push the player base apart too much in terms of battleground queues. But I think that would be kind of interesting. And then you don't even really need to give rated battleground awards, because you already are kind of giving them awards by more honor per hour. Could be kind of interesting. I'm just gonna fly to Fellwood while we're waiting on this Warsong queue, and probably just try and farm a little up here. I ran out of whippers, so get a few of those would be nice for PvP. I'm wondering if like so if we look across the board, classes are getting a lot of buffs, right? But there's a lot of items in the game right now that really change the PvP dynamic. Like if you're a little bit more prepared with consumables, or like on use effects, like a heal from Whipperroot. If you have those kind of things in your inventory, then they can kind of set you apart from other players, and they can give you that edge in PvP. But with all these like changes in Season of Discovery and a lot of players getting stronger, I'm wondering if these are going to feel a lot less potent, um, and like almost even a waste of time. We'll have to see. Maybe titles or so for rewards, but no gear, I think, yes. Yeah, it'd be it's hard to say about titles though, because like the ranking titles are a big part of what PvPers like to show off. So it's like I don't know, maybe like a tabard or something. Some tabards would be kind of cool. Um but yeah, it'd be something that would be interesting to see if they did. Have you decided if you're going Horde or Alliance? I'm pretty sure we're going Horde. I do know, like, I'm working with some. So in 2019, I played with. Uh, so originally the guild was called Home in the beta and whatnot. We hadn't come up with a name yet, and at that point, it was kind of a smaller group of people that, it was like Tips Out had kind of reached out to some people, and he had talked to me, and it was like Zulace, and it was just like a group of guys that originally were really into classic WoW, and then we went into classic and we had a lot of like streamers in the guild and everything, and then it turned into it was a bunch of idiots, and then there was some, I don't know, drama in the guild with people that were just normal players and then people that were streamers, and people felt like there was kind of tension between everyone. So then the guilds kind of split, and that's when I went into Aftershock, and that's who I played with for the rest of the time. But a lot of those players from a bunch of idiots and Aftershock and stuff are coming back together, so I assume I'll play with them. As it stands now, that's what it sounds like. And then obviously I'm going to try as much as I can to get, because I know a lot of you guys are looking for communities as well. So when they send out some kind of application process, I'll make sure to clue you guys into that if any of you are interested. But I'm pretty sure all those guys will want to play Horde, is my guess. But we shall wait and see. There was one Warsong Gulch going. What's your plan during launch? Speed leveling or economy? Something else? I mean, so one of the hardest things for me as a player to do, and I don't know how many of you guys are like this, but it's hard for me to like take the game kind of casually. For example, when I came back to era servers, I was talking to my I was talking to my wife, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I just want to kind of dip my feet back in and play the game I've kind of missed playing and everything." And she's like, "You can't do that. Like as soon as you start playing, you play way too much, blah blah blah." And I was like, "No, no, no, it won't happen this time." But so for me, in terms of like when you ask about speed leveling, it's like speed leveling, but not with the intent of speed leveling, if that makes sense. I just like I go really fast. I'm kind of competitive. I am constantly checking like, who else is the highest level. So yeah, I mean it'll be pretty much speed leveling, but it's not anything. It won't be anything insane. Like I'm not planning a route or anything. I'll just go out and do my normal quests that I'm used to doing. And then obviously as we level, we'll be looking around for the different runes. We'll be checking on like spawns of things and if there's anything new in the world. And then probably when we get to the like around level 20 and we've kind of done some of the pre-quests for Wailing Caverns, we'll probably do some Wailing Caverns with either people in my guild, or we'll do Wailing Caverns with if it's not people in my guild, then it would probably be like we'd look for just some people that are around that same level that are looking for a group. That makes sense. So, I mean, that's kind of the plan. And then probably just work on getting gear, and I probably will. I probably will think a little bit more about like plans and lay out a plan, but right now most of my stuff that I've been doing has been like, oh, this seems interesting at 25, like would it work? And then I test things out. Or I'll just like be kind of, I think, and I said this in a stream a few days ago, guys, I think that honestly the best gold making route and the best thing you can do for gold might not even be a known thing yet, right? It might be something that's kind of discovered when we start playing. So I think planning stuff is nice, and it's also a lot of fun, especially if you're really hyped. But I don't really think it's necessarily like it's not always going to go the way you planned, right? You might find something else works a lot better. Are you planning to multi-class? Yeah, I will have I probably will focus on, I'm going to level my druid, then I'm going to level my hunter, just because I think hunters will be really good at farming like herbs and mining nodes and stuff at level 25, so I'll probably level my hunter next. And also hunters have a better time at killing higher level mobs. And then after leveling my hunter, I probably will level a shaman. But I'll probably just work on those kind of slowly over time. Yo, can you check your Hand to Edward the Odd real quick? Want to see if it's unique? Oh yeah, it is. I know. I thought the same thing, Zaki Poo. You could dual wield those and get crazy procs. There's no internal GCD because I've gotten it to proc like twice before, like almost back to back. Miss that sound of a popping Warzone game? Yeah. We don't like to see warlocks though. So the nice thing about when a priest puts on a bubble or something like that, or even a mage has a shield on, what you can do is you can cast a lightning bolt, and then as the lightning bolt is traveling, since it has a travel time, you can then at that point while the lightning bolt is in the air traveling, you can be spamming your whatchamacallit, your purge to try and get the shield off before the lightning bolt hits. Either this guy got like the fastest res ever, or he had like soulstone or something, because he was up in like 2 seconds. What class will I main though? Druid for sure. Druid for sure. And then kind of go from there. I think Druid will be a lot of fun at 25. Not to say that other classes are not going to be a lot of fun at 25, but I'm really excited for Druid at 25. And then I'm also excited for Druid at 40 for Moonkin stuff, because I think balance will be a pretty fun spec. This druid, I feel like anytime someone, like, he has an alliance character too, I think, unless it's a different person with the same exact name, but I feel like anytime he's in the game and he flag runs, people are just like, they just start playing in mid. They're just like not even into it. Like, whatever, I guess we lost. Try and get some heals on this guy. Doing fine, I guess. Grounding in case. Sometimes pallies like to run in and hodge right away, so I always put a grounding down at the beginning. Interrupt that. We'll grenade the next one. And then he should die here. Oh, he bubbled. I feel bad for paladins. Paladin versus, unless you're enhancement, but paladin versus shaman, especially if they're Ellie, is just not much fun for them. There's not really anything they can do. Block, so I can give them some heals. I think it's important too when you're playing a hybrid class. A lot of people just they just kind of tunnel into damage Like if even if you're playing like a balanced druid or something like that, a lot of times people just they don't ever throw out some off heals, but that's a huge help for people, especially on the horde side, because the vast majority of horde healers end up not playing healer. Like priests oftentimes are shadow priests. Shamans are almost always like Ellie, and I mean obviously there's less incentive for people to play healer in PvP just because the PvP gear is focused on offensive stats. So oftentimes these people are like playing that spec just because it's more fun. But yeah, I like to throw out some heals at people. Rip almost had fun spell hands moment. Yeah, but the thing is this mace isn't a main hand, so you could definitely have this as an offhand, and then you could just have like a beefy main hand. I don't know if the proc chance will be worth it. The weird thing about this, I don't know if they can. I don't even know if this is possible for them, but I feel like it procs a lot in PvP. Like when I'm against other players, it seems to proc a lot. But anytime I've used it out in the world, it hardly ever procs. So I don't know if it has like a different proc rate for players, but it seems like that to me. Okay, we're basically dead here. Not even gonna waste a grenade. The Wind Fury effect for Druid is called Wild Strikes, I believe. But I think everyone's just probably going to call it Wind Fury. I know people have jokingly called it Wind Fury as well. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those names that everyone will just know it as Wind Fury, probably. These guys. Hey mate, what do you think about Druid balance in PvP and PvE? I am generally Druid. Long time watched all your content with PvP. I'm so curious about balance updates. Thanks for the answer. In advance for the answer. Yeah, I think at 25, Feral is going to be better. I think Druid you'll be able to play balance. It has some unique stuff, but I think just in general, not what I meant to do. Grounded both of those. Perfect. Yeah, balance is one of those specs that I think is going to get stronger over time, as well as a lot of caster specs. So I personally am going to play. I personally will be playing Feral for 25, but I think balance will be a lot of fun after that, if that makes sense. Just because a lot of gear doesn't have spell power, you have a lot more mana issues at lower levels. Like your mana pool is just used a lot quicker at lower levels, and so that's kind of my outlook at 25. Mained a Druid in 2019 Classic and played 29, 11, 11 in PvP. Yeah, let's see. That's Feral Charge, balance, and then 11 in. Oh, 11 gets you down to Insect Swarm. I rated as Feral power shifting as well, but for some reason the idea of Druid being viable kind of puts me off. I get that. I switched from a Druid in Classic to when TBC launched. I actually was playing a Ret Paladin, and then in Wrath I played my Paladin for a little bit longer in Wrath, but I think I get what you're saying. Like everyone switched to Druid when they got Life Bloom and they were gods in TBC, and I kind of like playing the classes that are a little bit undervalued, and I just feel like it gives you the opportunity to kind of, one, get into groups easier, two, kind of stand out. not in like a show-offy way at all, but I'm saying like you just there's not as many of you on a server. Like for example, undead rogues, like there's a million of you, right? But when you're playing something that's a little bit more unique or something that isn't seen as often, then kind of helps you to get into those groups, get invited back to things because people will remember you. So I understand that feeling of not being super excited about druids being viable or even maybe strong, but I think it's going to be one of those things that we just have to wait and see. The nice thing about the level caps is, hey, if at 25 you're not vibing with druid, or there's too many people playing the druid class, then you can always just re-roll. Dang, I had finally decided to play warlock, and now you're making me want to play Ellie Shaman. This looks so fun. Yeah, Ellie is a lot of fun. Ellie's a little bit Ellie's a little like one dimensional, but it's you get a lot of burst. I think Warlock and Season of Discovery though is going to be pretty crazy. As soon as a streamer will call it Wind Fury, the name will stick. Yeah. Hey man, hope you're doing good. Did you see the Mage Healing nerf update? Yeah, I did see that. It was that gives you a debuff which reduces your frost damage for sure. I think fire as well. And then it does like it doesn't allow you to like ice block or something, right? I think those are good changes because they probably were doing some internal testing and they just realized like, oh my god, there's like these mages are live lords, like they live forever and they have a lot of healing, so it was probably the right call. You know, it's kind of hard for us to judge when we haven't played it, but I'm sure they did it for the right reasons. But that's also it'll be interesting to see like how much you see them in PvP now. Do you think the new runes will force druids into more traditional specs and therefore make the old hybrid playstyle less optimal? It's kind of my worry. And I think also the reason the reason that hybrid druids work so well in a PvP sense in Classic is you have so many things in your toolkit, and then your damage is not that great, right? But you have a lot of survivability and you have a lot of things in your toolkit. Now, when you don't have those things anymore, then because you're going a specific like deep into one tree and you're focusing on one thing, then obviously you have less of those things in your toolkit, but then also you're competing now with people that also have a lot of damage, and they've gotten buffed with their damage as well, so it might just be a wash and you might still have to play more of a hybrid spec. But then the problem is when you play a hybrid spec, a lot of these other classes have more utility abilities now, and so it might kind of equal out in the end in terms of like your getaway abilities and stuff. So like for example, a rogue with a ranged stun now, it's like it's going to be harder for you to kite some of these classes. Warriors being able to charge in combat, those kind of things make it harder for druids. So, and the one thing that I was excited about is Blizzard had not fixed the Tauren leeway for a while, and they just recently fixed that. So that's a bummer because for Tauren, it's nice for warriors. You have a larger range to hit with. So if you're running and another player is running, you actually have a longer distance that you can cover with your swings. But the problem for a druid is if you're a Tauren and you're running from someone, then they're able to hit you easier as well. So that's a problem for druids, and I was hoping that we wouldn't see that again. What's good, Eb? You going Shami for SOD? I'll be playing Shaman as an alt, but my main will be Druid. Ellie won't have Chain Lightning or other imp casting spells at 25 though. Feels kind of clunky. Lava Burst will be sick though. Yeah, I think you're better off playing like Enhancement at 25. And if you do play Ellie at 25, you basically just have to be like melee range shocking, and then you might as well just be Enhancement anyway. So like you can play Enhancement and have Lava Burst. That's the thing that people have to realize. So you can just play like kind of a hybrid E-spec as Shaman at 25. It's funny, level 40, a lot of the casters are going to get better. Moonkin at level 40, Shadow Farm for priests at 40, Lightning Bolt, a reduced cast time for shamans at level 40, and they also will get Elemental Mastery at 40. So a lot of the casters. So I think level 25, the bracket is going to be basically melee is going to dominate at 25. And then at level 40, I think casters are going to do really, really well. And so anyone who's playing a caster at 25, just realize that you might feel kind of weak, but it's going to get better. And that's also just my prediction. I can't be positive of that, but can't cast Frost or Fire. I thought you could still cast them, but it was reduced. Yeah, 50% less fire and frost damage for 5 minutes. Can't ice block. Also, healing is 40% of arcane damage done instead of 100. Okay, interesting. So they're really changing them up. They probably just realized, like, they probably were doing some tests and just realized, like, this is ridiculous. Was thinking of Searing Pain, Demo Lock with the Daze talent. Sounds fun, at least. What do you think? Yeah, you could do that. Does the Daze talent... Take a look. A 10% chance to daze for 5 seconds. Yeah, that would actually be really strong. Not a bad option. That'd be interesting to see. To be honest, Metamorphosis for Locks should have been at 42. Yeah, but then they wouldn't have the ability to tank at the lower levels, so we'll have to see. I'm a little worried I'll get bored playing Priest since Druid is so much more fun. Kind of hate that everyone decided to play Druid and SOD. I think you'll probably have fun in any class. Like the problem with Classic, well, actually, the problem and the strength of Classic is when you're playing a rogue and you get destroyed by a warrior. You're like, oh my gosh, warriors are so strong. Like, I should make a warrior. Then you play a warrior and you get destroyed by a mage, right? And then you're like, wow, mages seem so broken. And also you can gold farm and everything on a mage. And I like warrior, man, this sucks for farming on a warrior. And then so you make a mage, and then you know you are in PvP and you're like, oh my gosh, warlocks are destroying me. You see what I'm saying? So there's always those downsides to the classes, but I think that's actually like a strength for Classic. It makes other classes be feared for some, and it also makes it more likely that you want to re-roll or make a new character or try out different things. Daze is undispellable, correct? Yeah, I believe it would just be it's a debuff that's undispellable. The interesting thing though is you can dispel the Hunter Daze in Classic. Not the improved Daze, but the other one I believe you should be able to. Hunter will dominate at 25 is my guess, yeah. So much better talents to get than a 10% chance to daze, in your opinion, Devin? 5 GCDs for a 50% chance doesn't seem good at all. Yeah, it could have its place though. Like it could be fun because you're able to cast them instantly, and so like if people are running from you, it would be nice. Fair point, Reggie. I just figured that the other talents don't benefit in Searing Pain as much, but you'll get 7% crit from fire and can play Incinerate for 25% more fire damage. Could be nice. They actually restored Tarn leeway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a kind of a bummer. It's nice for Tarn warriors, but for Tarn druids, we were happy without it for sure. Warrior and rogues are gonna be garbage at 25. What do you mean they'll dominate rogue? Yeah, Rogue's gonna be amazing at 25, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like they don't have some of their stuns, but they are getting a range stun, so that'll be nice. And then also melee just does so much damage at the low levels. There's a reason that level 29, like if you look at level 29 Twinks, you look at level 19 Twinks, it's always rogues, right? So rogues dominate, hunters dominate. Both those classes dominate in 19 and 29. Just because of how classes scale at low levels. Think Boomy is viable? I mean, that's a very broad question. At 25, I don't think very much. At 60, probably. Curious about Shaman dual wield, because the Ruin dual wield doesn't say it gives you the ability. Yeah, exactly. I think you can dual wield. I think you'll be able to dual wield as any class. They also might tie the dual wield ability to this talent. I could see that happening as well. But yeah, I noticed that too. It doesn't say specifically that you're learning dual wield. It's just improving your dual wielding. So that's interesting to me as well. The good part of that build is getting soul burn for whatever the instant cast, but I'd rather get Feldom or Affliction talents in your opinion. Yeah, I think Affliction you'll have a little bit more survival. I don't really know if I feel like Demo you don't really get enough, like you're putting a lot of points into just things that don't really matter that much. Like obviously the Stam is really really nice, but a lot of stuff is just buffing your pet. Which, hey, pets scale now, so we'll have to see. It might be worth it, but I just feel like maybe it would be better for Affliction or Destro. Or maybe you're doing something where you're going a little bit into Affliction and then and getting a few pieces of... Oh, I don't know. Okay, we got a War Song queue. Do I think they're gonna support two-handed at all for shamans? It seems like it seems like the players are pushing for it so much that they probably will in the end. But I think it's I think it's kind of silly, to be honest, and I don't think there's even enough players out there that like people will play shaman two-handed. People will play shaman two-hander if it's like OP, right? Otherwise, a lot of people, even if it's just like meh, there's not going to be tons of people playing it. So it just seems rather strange that people care so much about it. But hey, you know, whatever, I guess. Hey, the last shall be first. What's up? Rogue's gonna slap with ambush backstab because of energy reduction rune. Yeah. Yep, I think rogues are gonna be very strong at the low levels, so that's just my opinion though. Okay guys, by the way, I set up a Discord. So feel free to join. I think going forward I probably will like hang out in the Discord a little bit after my streams and chat with people. I'm gonna try and like throughout the day, if people have questions in there, I'll try and answer stuff. Let's see what else. Yeah, just I'm gonna try and oh yeah, and I'm also gonna try and post some stuff in Discord that post stuff in Discord that I wouldn't really make a video on, but I still think is like useful information. Just so many people have asked over time for Discord that I figured I might as well. Thank you all for joining. Welcome, welcome. Also, I'm not gonna, like, I'm pretty bad at being able to multitask of reading comments in chat and then also PvPing, so I'll probably do most of my talking to you guys and answering between queues, so I don't just, like, run around Warsong with my head cut off. For now, let me mute this server for... You don't always just hear the pings. You get stamina and 2x void sacks. Still can grab affliction talents after 2. Yeah, I mean, I think the stuff you get from Demo would be really nice if you're planning on playing a lot of solo PvP and you want a lot of survival. But affliction, I think, might just be more well-rounded, I guess. But I guess we'll have to see. Here's the ramp. Okay. Oh, that's one way to do it. Oofda. I just don't want to push in at all. And I think too, the problem with Season of Discovery, guys, and I do the same thing too, is a lot of stuff is just going to be, it's just a lot of speculation. So people will come in and ask me what I think is going to be best at 25, or, you know, will this class be good? And everything I'm basing things off of is like how the class plays now, and then also the little bit of information we know. But there's a lot of stuff that we just don't know how it'll end up playing out. For a lot of abilities, we don't know the cooldowns of them. We also don't know like the mana cost or the efficiency of them. And then also Blizzard has said that things aren't necessarily how they're going to be at launch. So they might be, like, we already see the mage stuff. They could change other stuff as well. So those are all just things that we have to think about. And you should definitely pick a class based on what you personally want to play or what you think would be fun, or even like what your friend group, like, you know, what it will synergize with in your friend group or your guild. But don't just pick something because you think it's going to be overpowered, because we really don't know how things will play out. I think SOD is overhyped. Yeah, I mean, and you can totally feel that way. And I personally think that, well, actually, I think basically any game that's coming out tends to be overhyped, right? Like, regardless of how good it is in the end. And the reason for that is just people get excited. So, like, in regards to the SOD stuff, it's like there's a ton of people out there that love Classic WoW, right? And then there's a ton of people that have played Classic WoW for years and years and years, and obviously in Classic WoW, there's no changes. Everything's like laid out. We know what's going to happen. So I think the SOD stuff people get so hyped about because it's truly a new experience, which we have, as Classic players, have never experienced. And so I think people just in general are excited. But yeah, I mean, in terms of it being overhyped, I 100% agree. Like, if you look on Twitch, and you see the streams that are on there, like every single person, it's like, you know, Season of Discovery waiting room or Season of Discovery like hype or all that kind of stuff. So I basically am just as guilty as they are for doing that kind of stuff. But I hope everyone realizes that it's for me, it's like I am truly really just excited for it. Like, for example, I didn't play. I know hardcore, especially for streamers, was like good content, and people streamed hardcore even though maybe they were always known for being a PvPer, and hardcore doesn't really lend itself to that, but they still played it because it got them views and everything. But I never played it just because it didn't. I didn't really enjoy it. It didn't resonate with me. Okay, let's get caught up on some stuff. I try to read everyone's comments, but sometimes it gets a little bit challenging. They care about it because they know warriors aren't going to slap, and their only option is Ret or Shaman. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true, but like it's weird though because dual wield will probably be really good. So I don't know why people are getting so caught up on like the two-handed kind of thing. It's harder to balance two-hand Shaman too, because like either you have to like nerf Wind Fury, because like when Wind Fury procs, you can one-shot people, but if the stars don't align, then you're just, you know, doing not very much damage. So the problem is like balancing that to where it's like at a good level. Rogue's going to be weak at 25. No cheap shot, no blind, no kidney shot. You have kidney shot. It's like you actually have a better kidney shot. It's a ranged kidney shot. Incredibly slow in stealth. True. No weapon enchants available. Well, you'll have striking to weapon, which is really good at that level. It's actually what a lot of twinks put on their dagger, anyways. You won't have the +5, but you'll have the +3 to weapon, which. So that will be very strong. You have crippling poison, which is extremely broken at low levels. They're good in 29 because you get cheap shot. Well, actually, at level 29, most rogues that play without cheap shot. They ambush. They use ambush and backstabs basically. You can play like a combat rogue with like parry and riposte at level 29, but a lot of people just backstab rogue. Trust me, I had two rogues at 29. I know. Actually, I've done a lot of twinking at level 29, so I feel like I have a decent idea of how things work. And Reggie, I'm not like disputing you. I think they'll play different at 29 than they will at later. They do lack a lot of their CC, but I still think they're just going to make up for it in raw damage. But hey, I could be wrong, you know? I think that's what's fun about chatting with you guys is like I can have my opinion, you guys can have your opinion, and we can kind of talk about it in the comments and stuff. So I don't want people to think that I just think that all my ideas are right, but that's just kind of where I'm coming from personally. Shamans are so strong in PvP. Yeah, Ellie Shaman scales really well in later in the game. I think you're gonna switch your healer main from Holy Pally to Disc Priest. Honestly, that might be a good choice anyways. The last shall be first, because it seems like there's not many people that are looking to play priest, and I think there's going to be a lot of pallies, even if they're not all healing. They might be ret, but I think in general you might stand out a little bit more as a priest. Totally different at 25 than 19. Classes start getting movement speed, roots, etc. Yeah, I mean, but at level 29 rogues are super strong, like I said. So every twink has 2x fiery, just half their damage. At 29 you don't use fiery. At 19 you can use fiery, or some people like to use agility or life stealing even. SOD just sounds fun to me. Of course, there's going to be so many broken things, and there'll be a learning experience throughout for the devs, but that's half the fun to me. Totally agree. It's going to be it's kind of a shot in the dark for them, and I think a lot of players are going to be very happy and very upset. Like if your class is strong, you're going to love it. If your class is weak, you're going to hate it. But the problem is I think some people, like, I think the key is that if you have a weak class, probably keep playing it, because later phases you might get some really strong runes that make up for things, or they might tweak stuff. So I don't really think people should get discouraged if their class isn't as good as they think at 25. Yeah, I was kind of hyped to see dual wield on Shaman Classic. Yeah, I mean, I personally think dual wield's more fun. You have consistent damage, right? You have a good uptime on everything. You have a huge variety of weapons you can use, and the cool thing is there's a lot of interesting weapons. Like I can see this warrior right here. He has the ZG weapon. This thing would be so much fun on a enhanced shaman, because the lifesteal, it scales 100% with damage. Like what am I trying to say? Like with plus spell damage. So if I have 400 plus spell damage, which is kind of around where I'm at right now, 420, and I'm using stuff that still has agility and strength on it. I'm using all the storm callers, which most enhanced shamans use this in PvP. So let's say I have around 400 with my, or let's say I have around 300 with my enhanced gear on. That's going to give me, when that proc hits, it's going to give me 350 health back, and it's going to steal 350 of their life, basically. So it does 350 damage to them. So there's a lot of cool weapons like that out in the game, or out there in the game, that could be a lot of fun for dual wield shamans to use. So I don't think dual wield is a bad thing. I think it sounds like a lot of fun. Just normalize weapon speed of a two-handed to 2.5 speed. Yeah, there's things they could do. They could also like decrease the cooldown of maybe your Storm Strike, reduce mana cost of shocks, make it so that you don't go as fast. Those kind of things you could do to a shaman without buffing two-handed, like without buffing their core two-handed stuff, but then buffing their like kit around it. Could be a possibility. Rogues can hit a pretty nice ambush build at 25 for PvP. Yeah, I have like let me see, guys, 1 second. I have, it's just funny that we were talking about this, and then I noticed this the other day. They're live. One second, I'm looking for it right now. Find it here in a second. Actually, I think it was date. Like one of the last things that I had done here. Let's go to one of my old live streams and then show you window. So this is me running around on my level 29 rogue without, like, you know, and this is another level 29 twink. Obviously he's just standing there, but like you can do tons and tons of damage as rogue. Those were without any crits. But like you lack some things, obviously, that a rogue needs, but you can do a ton of damage, and rogues are pretty popular at this level. So I think rogues are gonna have, and you also have access to some pretty good gear at level 25 for a rogue. I think you're gonna be just fine at 25. But we'll see. We'll have to see. Again, just because a class plays a certain way in Classic doesn't mean that's how it's going to play in Season of Discovery, and I'm totally aware of that. Is deleting your character at 25 really hardcore? Try running back to Cthulhu after a wipe. Now that's hardcore. True. That's very hardcore. That's when you hope that you have someone that has like Soulstone or Ankh so you can res people. Because that is a nightmare. Going back through the bug gauntlet too. Do I think Warrior's going to be absolutely awful? I think Warrior's going to be kind of bad at 25. Like if you can if you can keep on a target, and you have like there's a few ifs. If you are playing, let's say you're on Alliance. You're playing an Alliance Warrior and you're with a Feral Druid and a Ret. So the Ret can freedom you, or you have Faps, right? You have, let's say you have Faps, and so you have a free action potion, and then you have a Feral with you that has Wind Fury. Then hey, you probably do a lot of damage. But I just think the problem with Warriors at the lower levels is you just don't have any way of like staying on a target as well. As like later when you really need like intercept, and you need Berserker Rage and all those big important things that you get in the 30s. Warrior looks a bit grim at 25, but the devs got some juicy runes lined up at later levels. Yeah, I agree. I think Warriors will be great later on. It's just like early is going to be a little bit of a bummer for them. If you don't use cheap shot at 29, you're doing it wrong. Of course, against certain class ambush could be better, but not having it in your kit is a huge blow. I mean, yeah, we can agree to disagree, but every healer looks really fun, and eventually I hope I can play them all. Yeah, I think the mage stuff looks very interesting. I'll be interested to see how that plays out in like a group setting, but yeah, all the healers look like they're going to get a lot of good stuff. I'm scared that healing is just going to be like, I feel like Blizzard has a lot of work to do to make dungeons like at all complicated, like at all like feel like even a challenge, you know? Like what's to stop someone from just going in and soloing dungeons? I don't really know. Like I've seen players soloing the elites in the BFD raid. So, and maybe things weren't tuned very well yet, or maybe that's just how it's intended to be, but kind of weird. Yeah, it sounds like there's just going to be the 500k honor cap in Season of Discovery. Yep, sounds like they're implementing that. Did I see the mage nerfs? Yeah, we talked about them a little bit. Kind of interesting, but they probably just felt that they were way too strong. There's a cap, but no official statement on what's most are assuming rank 3 or 4. Yeah, before in the game you could only get to sergeant at level 29, and then in the level 30 bracket you could get to rank 4. So my guess is sergeant, but who knows? I think balance will later on be a valid option for PvE, assuming mana won't be a problem. Yeah, I think they'll probably make it pretty good, especially with the debuff. Like if they're taking off the debuff cap, I'd assume like they'd pretty much have to, and that would allow you to put up your dots and everything. So I think balance will be probably pretty decent at the later levels. Yeah, it was just bloodlust. Hey OG Fair, I just saw you in game a second ago. You've achieved enlightenment. Looks like a one-handed Shami, at least for leveling, will be OP. Yeah, I think so. One-handed shield is crazy. There'll be a bit into Enhanced Tree, Shield Mastery, Lava Burst, Shaman Rage, or Earth Shield. Yeah, I think that would be kind of the way to go. At least until like level 40, and then at level 40 maybe you could do Overload and a more deep belly build if you wanted to. Am I planning on playing Feral as your main in SOD? Yeah, I wouldn't say, I'd say I plan on playing a Druid in SOD as my main. I don't know if it'll end up being Feral. it will be feral at 25. Like that's what my focus is, and then at the later levels, we'll see. At 40, it'll probably be balanced, just because I think it'll be a lot of fun. Everyone press like on the video, show some love. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm bad. I'm bad at all the. I'm always bad at all the self promotion stuff. By the way, speaking of that, that's the Discord that I set up, guys. If you want to come hang out in there, I think I'll probably hang out in the chat after stream a lot of times, answering some more questions, and I think I'm going to just try and answer questions in there throughout the day when I'm like not streaming and doing other stuff. So it would be a fun place to hang out. Flag carriers will have slow on them, so you can stay on them easy. Are you talking for rogue crippling poison? I hope as a healer the mana is a major issue. If it's infinite mana like Wrath, I'd be super disappointed. Yeah, I 100% agree. I think what sets Classic apart is like your mana efficiency, right? You have to like downrank some spells. You have to make certain decisions in PvP situations and also in PvE situations, and just it's a big focus, you know. So if they made it where mana just becomes completely pointless for classes, then I think it would kind of hurt the flow of the game a little bit, but we'll see. Any idea what gold farm will be at 25 for druids? Yeah, I mean, I had a few ideas, but I tested some fishing stuff out, and I think fishing is kind of like meh. I honestly think just like getting a group of friends together and running some like chain running dungeons is really good. Like SFK, right? The highest level mobs in there are like level 26. So like it'll be a perfect dungeon to do and spam at level 25. You get a lot of just different, like you get a lot of stuff in that dungeon, right? You get a lot of cloth that's going to be helpful and also will sell well on the auction house. You get a lot of greens that you can disenchant or sell. You have some really nice blues that can drop in there that will probably still be usable for some classes at 25. And I just think those might be a decent gold farm to do and also have fun with your friends, especially if you guys are all geared. You'll probably just blow right through it. Like, and that one's just like a guarantee, because like every time you go into the dungeon, it's just, you can expect the same thing, right? So there's no like competition for mobs out in the world. I think fishing has the possibility of being good, but also I think a lot of people know about it, and I think a lot of people are going to be doing it. So you might have a lot of competition for the different pools, and also Lemmings before brought up the fact that bots are really a big issue for fishing. So bots might kind of completely ruin fishing. Yeah, and there's like one or two other farms that I still need to test a few things out on, and I don't really want to like give away. So I might post something like that in Discord at some point, but I probably won't make like a full-on video about it. I also think like if you plan on raiding and you like the 25 raid, and you plan on also like playing with some people that are willing to help you out with a few things, like you can also play like you can play and pick up enchanting, and you might be able to make a little bit of passive gold off that from tips. But also like I don't know what you can really expect from a tip at level 25 from someone, you know. Maybe for a more complex recipe or something that is harder to find for enchanting, you maybe could get like a 1 gold tip or 2 gold tip, but I don't think people are gonna have tons of gold. But I also think at 29 or 25, I don't think gold matters that much. You just basically want to make sure you have enough gold going into level 40 for your mount. And then kind of once you start getting into those higher level phases, then I think gold is going to matter a little bit more. But I also think then at that point you'll have more farming opportunities. Still waiting on this queue, guys. If the queue doesn't pop soon, I'll probably just go into AV. I mean, there will be like 5 people shooting on the FC. If there is no pally around, then they'll be slowed so melee can stand on them. You need to use tricks to shake them off. Okay, guys, I'm gonna queue for worse. Or I mean, let's see if there's a game. Is there a game? I'm just gonna queue. I don't think enough people are queuing for Warsong right now. All the guys playing Shaman in your guild want to tank. Yeah, tanking Shaman looks like it'll be a lot of fun. And pretty strong too. I like tanking on Shaman on classic era too. Like even that's fun. You're obviously it's harder, but it's a lot of fun still. The wait is killing me, man. I keep looking at the calendar and I feel like the days are standing still. Leveling my priest on era at the moment. Yeah, it's rough. But then all of a sudden it'll be here, and then it'll be a weekend and you'll be level 25. I feel like Troll is one of those races where it's like trolls can look so cool, but also look so stupid at the same time. Like I just wish they have decent animations and everything, but I just wish they stood up a little straighter. Maybe that's what it is. I end up just going through a lot of like noggin foggers all the time. Quinn says hello. Hello, Quinn. But yeah, in terms of like gold farming at 25, I don't know. And the interesting thing is like at level 30 back in the beta, I was able to moonfire spam and tag a level like 40 mob in Tenaris, and then I could pull it back to the guards and the guards could kill it and then I could loot it. But they changed that specifically because of those reasons, and I think it was because people were reporting that as a issue. And so now in Classic, you have to do 50% of the mob's HP before a guard can kill it. So I don't know, like getting things like Mage Weave is gonna be pretty rough. Where I'm playing at right now, Kevin, is White Mane era, if that's what you're asking. When I see you play Troll, it makes me like them for some reason. I always hated the way trolls look, to be honest. Yeah. There was a Ellie Shaman on YouTube. His name started with like a U, but he made PvP videos all the time and I loved watching his stuff. It's kind of one of the reasons I went Troll. Also, I was like, at the time I wasn't sure how much PvP I was gonna do, and I was like, well, like Ellie and Resto get a nice buff from berserking in PvE, so that's kind of why I went that route. Oh, private one? Okay. No, this is classic. White main cluster. It's just it's classic era. Not a private server. How many heals and tanks are for a 10-man, do you think? 2 tanks, 2 heals? I think you probably could two tank, 2 heal it. You might want to 2 tank, 3 heal it though at the beginning when people don't have as much gear. But I'm not really sure. I guess it's just kind of the competency of players, and also like how difficult the later stuff is, because the earlier stuff doesn't seem too bad, but we also don't really know how the later stuff's gonna look. Boom. LA Shaman is, like, the burst is crazy. It's so fun. I think this was just capped and then they ran off. Probably a rogue or something. Oh, you're not gonna make it in time, buddy. That was actually very close, though. He just, like lagged out or something. Oh, or was that his plan all along? Sneaky boy. He retails on me? Okay. I'm not melee. Two heals and a mage? Yeah, actually, that's a good point. You could do that. I saw your last video. Really nice info. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Do you think all the runes will have level requirements? As a druid night elf, I'm thinking of going to Moonglade at level 1 to search for runes. It does seem like they have a level requirement. I think you're better off, honestly, getting to level 10. Okay, so this would just be my assumption, right? I think when you get to level 10 and you have the bear form quest and you go to Moonglade, my assumption is the rune that you'd find there would probably deal with bear form. My guess is it's probably like the lacerate rune, or maybe it's the survival of the fittest rune. So it's something that benefits bear form. And so getting it at level 1 would just be kind of, it's not going to benefit you while you level. But I mean, like, so I guess that's just kind of how I see it. I would just, I mean, play the game how you want, totally, for sure. But I don't really think there's any point in like trying to search the runes out before you're leveling. Like, I think it's just more of like a thing that you do while you're leveling. Like, as you level, keep your eye out for things. Maybe go to places you normally wouldn't have gone into before, and just kind of do it that way. I was about to flame shock him. Okay. Interesting. One second, kidney. Oh, he has the AV buff. I was like, why does this guy have so much health for a rogue? How's that the AV buff? No, he's getting a shield. Why is the wolf on my aggro table? He's getting lucky with his blackout procs. I think that's a good idea. Probably not. Yeah. You hate to see it. This guy. I'm gonna kill him. Let's hide this. It's real. I can't. There's nothing. If I had EM up, I probably would just onk and kill him, but... Open with blind, broken by auto attack, a real guru. Yeah, that was kind of an interesting play. And then he had like, you could tell he was like a GDKP guy. He was like, he had like kind of bad gear, but then he had AQ40 dagger. It's like, I wonder how much you spent for that. As a dwarf, I think I'm going to quickly go to Elwyn because I'm not a huge fan of Dunmorrow. Solid option. I always liked Dunmorrow personally, but that's because like my first character I ever played was a gnome rogue, and I think it was just, I have good memories of playing back there. Played Ellie Shaman all classic vanilla. It's my favorite class of the OG game. Non-stop fun. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Definitely coming from playing a druid to playing Ellie, it's just like completely different. The fact that you can just global people, it's like, I remember when I'd play Boomkin and I had like full gear at level 60, and I'd be like impressed with getting, you know, like a 1k crit or something, and then with my Ellie I'm just like doing like 2k crits, and it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I was hoping for the Storm Rage rune, free Wrath. Because there's like a Storm Rage altar over there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you could get the Storm Rage rune early on, though, I was thinking about that. That rune is like pretty low level, I think. Is that one of the ones that I could see in game? Maybe it wasn't. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Overload for Shaman. That one was low level. But I think that one's probably going to be available fairly early, and I think this is just my assumption, right? I think that the very first few runes that you get will probably be easier than the kind of bigger runes that you get later, right? Because they want players to maybe learn how to find the runes, or they want to give them like one cool new ability fairly early, because then it kind of makes it feel like a slightly different game, not just normal classic. So I think that we probably will see one of those runes early on for druids. Storm Rage is probably a good option, and it's probably going to be somewhat easy to get. It's just my guess. Also played Troll Shaman. Kudos on your excellent choices. Berserking is really, really nice, especially when you're like low health and you pop it and you just cast a bunch of crazy heals. And also, a lot of people don't, like, if they have a casting bar, it shows them the same casting speed, so a lot of times they'll miss-kick your heals, which is really nice, too. Managed to get End of Dreams before Classic wrapped into TBC. Never loved an MMO cooldown more than EM. Yeah, I know the damage you can do. And I don't even have, like, I still need quite a bit better gear. Like I've still have some blues. I don't have any of the knacks. I've gotten really unlucky with any of the knacks off pieces dropping, like the legs, the shoulders, and everything. So I could even be stronger. Hardest matchup for Ellie in PvP, in my opinion, would be like a really good rogue. Like a really good rogue is pretty difficult because they can control the fight so well. And then I think also, I actually think a really geared warrior is pretty hard because there's not much you can do. If you cast a bunch of heals, then they're reduced obviously by MS, and then it's pretty hard to like kite them efficiently. So yeah, warrior's pretty difficult. But I mean, warrior's not like difficult. There's not much. It's just basically like a trade-off. Like you might win or he might win. It's whoever can do more damage in the set amount of time. Yeah, I agree. The rogue one is pretty hard. Casters are like their own thing. Like mages can run from you pretty easily. Like it's hard if they get you in a sheep or whatever, then they can just run. But most of those classes, most of the caster classes are like not as much of a problem. Warlock is one of those matchups that's kind of weird. It's like if they're a good warlock, then it's hard, but they're just like a warlock that's just PvPing randomly, and they're not even they're not even a good PvP spec, or they don't really use their curse correctly. Then it's not too much of a problem. I just want Warsong Gulches to pop because like AVs are so sleeper. You just like people are just PvEing, and then if you try to PvP, it's just like a group of like 4 or 5 people always together on Alliance side trying to maximize their honor. So definitely not as much fun. But yeah, definitely Curse of Tongues is super annoying. But it feels weird playing a shaman because like with a druid's like pretty good against every class, but you have some classes that are a lot harder, but you can at least like run from them and everything. But shaman, like, and so with druid, I should say it's like you win a lot of duels and a lot of fights with people, but they're always like fairly close, or like you have to do a lot more in the fight to win. Whereas with shamans, it's just like way more like just I'm gonna blow you up, kind of quick kills, just a different kind of vibe. Yeah, druids and mages is like a very nice combo for druids. Hated facing druid on mage in classic, yeah. The only thing a mage can do though is like stay like right on you and just burst you down like tons of damage. Then it's not, or it's like possible. Okay, let's do this here. Let's do this here. No, we're not gonna make it. That was gonna be big right there. All of a sudden, the druid actually was doing damage to us, though. I was hoping he would leave us alone. Just heal. Druids are more nibbly bibbly. I guess that's a way to put it. Yeah, just kind of like a slow rot kind of thing. See, it's like there's nothing to, I don't know. Like everyone's just like in these massive groups in AV. Hard to actually... And honestly, I don't even worry about faking warriors for their kick. It's just not worth my time. Yeah, hunters definitely can be kind of annoying. Yeah, Hitman, I kind of agree. I think Shaman looks amazing. The Paladin stuff is not really like anything that crazy in my opinion. Like it's obviously still really good, but like I was a commander and he was like level 57. He's been spamming those AVs. I guess we'll just play right here. They don't have a graveyard, so well, maybe we should play the choke point up there. If we get up here and it's like, you know what I need to do? I need to get a mage to make me some water. I caught a warrior in there. Healing set. Gonna be a lot of druids, I think. Mage probably won't be my main. Yeah. I think there will be a lot of druids in Season of Discovery. But I've said this before in our live streams, guys. I think druid is going to be really popular, and then people are going to realize that they're maybe not into the playstyle, or it's a little bit more nuanced than they think, because I still think you're going to have to play a little bit defensively as a druid and, you know, be mindful of like your forms and all that. So I think it might not be everyone's cup of tea. Oh, they got snowfall now. Okay, I got my recall trinket. Oh darn, I thought maybe I would get him there. Oh yeah, mage water. Now let's give him a troll. That seems fair, right? Someone spammed the bruh thing. I came up with a strat for baiting mages to Fire Blast CS by dropping a rank 1 Race of Air. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I know, like, I have my Hearthstone on cooldown, but but I always forget to push it. But I know some people, when they're not paying attention, will kick into the Hearthstone because they see a green cast. It's one way to bait someone, but I don't really remember to ever try it. I need to get some mana potion. I hear that as soon as I hear that Viper Sting sound, I'm like, nope, get that off me right now. Okay, I gotta drop combat. But I think we have NPCs, so this might... Oh, no, I got it. Got the drink off. I feel like people will be changing mains every tier depending on the runes added. Yeah, I think it's going to be... Definitely lots of people are going to have alts, and I think the level cap stuff was a good idea. Because it's nice, you can level a few things to 25, then once the level cap goes up to 40, you can level to 40 on like your main character, and then you also have level 25s ready and waiting if you want to try and play something different. So it's actually really nice. Not on the dog. Maybe I might have pushed in too far, guys. Shame. Why is it not showing the time? Sometimes it doesn't do that, it's weird. $14-minute game. Oh, you got a war song. Nice. Better than nothing. Oh yeah, true, Mr. Joker. I forgot that too. The previous stuff's gonna be faster to level through as well. That's a good point as well. Biggest bait is gonna be either Lava Burst or any nature spell depending on situation. Yeah, that's so nice. That's the nicest thing about Lava Burst though, is so if you get locked on one, you actually have something to do now. Besides just like stand there or shock something. Okay, well. We came over there at a bad time. Yeah, only the top pest tier players would realize that you didn't sink their Fire Blast into your grounding totem before reflexively block you out. Yeah, it's true. I was hoping more would take the bait, because the flag's over here. I wanted them to come... Oh, come over here. He ran up around that way, though. This guy's going the wrong way. I don't know what he was CSing there. That was tactical, guys. Now the flag can cross. See? All part of the plan. Now we can go and sneak by these guys and... Oh, he's already going up there. He literally might one-shot them. He has like best in slot gear. I think we might just go up here. Let's res. Because I feel like he's probably gonna run out. What? And that. If I'm... Some of the races I feel like they're a little bit harder to land some of these jumps. See? I knew it. I knew what you were gonna do. I've played Druid before. I understand. Okay. Just gonna die here real fast, don't worry. You had your best AV games when the teams get deadlocked at the bridge. Yeah, that's where caster classes, especially like you're saying, Ellie Shaman shine. Those big, you know, group PvP situations where you can just sit back and turret people. It's so fun. Ellie Shaman won't be that great in your opinion. I don't think they'll be great at 25 at all, but at 60 I think they'll be strong. But then again, it's too early to really tell. Good. I hate mages literally so much. I didn't even see that guy, and then he just comes out, and then you just can't do anything for 10 seconds. Hey broski, I'm your all-time favorite fan. Nice kick. Appreciate it. The games have been pretty one-sided today on Horde, which is also probably why we haven't gotten as many Warsong games. The Alliance have just stopped queuing for him, I think. I think guys are dying to this guy. I'm a balanced PvP main since vanilla. Nice. I can't play deep balance in classic outside of the every once in a while for the memes. It's just like I prefer the hybrid specs, or like a hybrid balance so much more, where you get NS at least. But some people love it. Great Priest X. Is that like Great Wizard's alt or something? So you're gonna get this Eben viewer guild popping when SOD launches. I'm gonna be playing with hopefully, nothing set in stone yet, but I'm gonna be playing with some guys from my previous guild, but I'm sure they'll have like an open recruitment thing, so when that happens, I'll definitely let you guys know. And then obviously, if anyone plays on my server, I'm more than willing to jump into some games or do PvP or run dungeons. You're memeing and hoping for the 15% chance stun. Yeah, true. That is funny when that happens. Good, bro. Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on all that stuff. Let me Here's a Discord that I set up. So I'll obviously share any information about like server, action, all that stuff with you guys when I decide to, when like we know what servers are out there and everything. And then also I'm just gonna use that Discord as a place to like answer questions and hang out and stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, but we're getting closer. Okay, look at this guy's getup, dude. He's got some real transmog going on. Ever since this patch recently, I've noticed that the AB tabard is like weirdly bugged for me. Guy's got a little setup going. Just want classic with updates for PvP and arenas. Yeah. Well, technically they did updates for PvP. They did the changes to the honor system, which I think overall has been pretty healthy. It's different, but I mean, I think it allows more players to even want to PvP, and that just, the more people you can get into PvP, the better it is for everyone. So I like those changes. In terms of like arenas, I really don't want. I really hope they don't do arenas in. Really hope they don't do arenas in Classic. They could do them as skirmishes, but I don't want anything tied behind them. There's too many. Like Classic is too like rock paper scissors, or just not enough balance to it. How is Ellie in PvP? Well, I'll show you here in 1 second. Just let me get this Berserker buff real fast, and then we'll go demonstrate. We'll show you what we can do. Yeah, I'm totally fine with Arena for no reward, just for something fun to do. I mean, even if you wanted to get as crazy as like giving a tabard or something, that's fine. Just don't ever put any kind of like gear that makes a difference behind it. Hey, it's this guy that likes to throw his CS out. There, that's what Ellie's like in PvP. That's without me popping my GG trinket. Is this team? Oh, okay, I was like, yeah, that sucks. Didn't even fill fully. I was like, where are all their players? Dude, this guy is RPing hard. I like his commitment. Can I get the grounding? Yeah, okay, got the grounding down. Okay. Agreed. I've always preferred BGs to Arena when Classic progression is involved. Yeah, I think rated Battlegrounds would be kind of fun though. Got a lot of passion for this game. Love to see that. Thanks, man. I do love me some Classic WoW. Don't understand the reference, Scuds, but I agree. Something, something, lots of damage. I really want the BWL trinket. I've never seen it drop though. Anytime I've done BWL, I really need that for huge burst on Shaman though. It's the bummer not having that. Can you make a video sometime about what add-ons you have or like for Classic? Yeah, I could do something like that. I did an add-on video back in the day, but my interface was like very, very different than it is. It's funny, I watched some of my older videos and I'm like, geez, dude, like my health bar is so huge. But I think I just get used to certain things. Boom. Can I show my gear real fast? Yeah, sure. Got 64 viewers on YouTube. You can be like a 100 viewer streamer on Twitch. I have a Twitch channel and I used to stream on Twitch. Twitch just is like in terms of a platform for myself, I just like YouTube because I already have YouTube videos on here. So it's just kind of streamlined, I guess. Once you start getting into like multi-streaming or whatever, it just kind of becomes a little bit of a hassle. Like I think people, I also think people they look at it as like a lot of people stream and they want to make tons of money or whatever, but it's just not really. I would love to make money streaming, but from my experience with YouTube and everything, it's just not really not really a money maker in that sense. Like for example here, I will be completely transparent with you guys. I don't really even care. Let me go down revenue. So this is how much I've made live streaming. Let's see how much I've made live streaming. So I wasn't streaming up until BlizzCon came out, right? And I started streaming and it's like, you know, ooh, $5 on November, $3 on like $4, $3, and then on the 11th, I don't know what you guys were doing, but I got 11 on November, $3 on the 12th, $4 on the 13th, right? So it's like it's not really like I think a lot of people think, oh, you're jumping back on the hype train, trying to get that money, Eben, you know, like, ooh, what are you gonna do with all those dollars you get from YouTube streaming? But like, I stream because I like to chat with you guys and I think it's fun, but in terms of money making, it's not really very relevant. Buy me some coffee, sir. Exactly, dude. I can get you a cup of coffee. I can get you a Starbucks. Actually, some of those days I can't even do that. Starbucks is so expensive nowadays. Where does my name come from? The ebb and flow? So it was like so I used to just name my characters random names like most people do, but there was like a Draenei Shaman in a BG one time, and his name was something similar-ish. Like maybe it was like Ebon Tide or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I was like, the next time I made a druid, I was trying to think of names and I remembered that. And so I was just like, oh, Ebon, like, you know, like water ebbs and flows. And so I was just like, you know, druids kind of like one with nature and all that stuff. So I was like, I'll put it together and do ebb and flow. And so that's just kind of where it came from. Keep streaming for release of SOD. Bet you'll get more traffic and maybe $12. Yeah. You're gonna be hustle and flow. There you go. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing like I know you can set up on YouTube to do like kind of like how Twitch has subscribers. I was thinking about maybe doing that. And then cuz okay, I don't know. You guys get ads on my videos or on my live stream, right? I think I honestly kind of would prefer to just shut that off completely because it's not like giving me that much. Like, you know, if I make $4 in ads in one day, like that's really not much. And so it seems like for me personally as a viewer of streams, anytime ads come on, I find them extremely annoying and they always are like at like bad times or whatever. So I think I might just turn ads off altogether on my live streams and then just have some kind of like sub option for like $3 a month or something if people want to just kind of contribute that way. Yeah, you see ads. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I personally have YouTube Premium as well. I watch YouTube so much, and I like to listen to kind of longer form YouTube videos, and oftentimes I just listen to them, don't really watch the video, and so I like how with YouTube Premium you can just like shut the screen off and everything and not have to deal with ads. So I personally like YouTube Premium, but true, everyone does have ad block, which is probably one of the reasons why like I make a lot less when I stream too than probably an average person, because most gamers are kind of like tech savvy and so they're probably using ad blocks, which I do too. Like I have no problem with people using ad block. I think ads are extremely obnoxious, but and it is what it is. I got 2 kids, so YouTube Premium here as well. Yeah, I think YouTube Premium is actually like in terms of anything that I pay for monthly, I think YouTube Premium has been like a big quality of life improvement for me, because just before having to deal with ads and like skipping stuff was pretty obnoxious. Because the thing is, I have ad block on my computer, but I'd watch YouTube videos a lot of times in bed before I would go to bed, and it's obviously kind of annoying to have to constantly be dealing with ads. What are my thoughts on how balance may be looking for 25 endgame under the assumption of small damage buffs for gear and mana help from future rooms, hopefully? Yeah, we'll have to see. I think the balance stuff is too early to kind of comment on, and I think 25 is no indication of how it is going to be later in the game. So I think it's just kind of, yeah, too much of a shot in the dark. You love to see it. This guy's popping off. Jeez. Save some for the rest of us, man. I watch more YouTube than any streaming services combined. Yeah, pretty much. The only time I watch things outside of YouTube is just with like my wife. It's weird. I feel like YouTube is much more of like a guy thing. I don't know if that makes sense. It's weird. Like my dad watches a lot of YouTube as well. Obviously a lot different content than I watch. He likes to watch, like, he has bees. So he watched like he likes to watch videos on like bees and gardening stuff and outdoor stuff because they live up in the mountains. So but yeah, he's always watching YouTube. And then my mom doesn't watch YouTube at all. And then my brother-in-law loves watching YouTube videos, but his wife, my sister, not as much. I think a lot of YouTube is also like informative content, and I think a lot of girls kind of just like at least like my wife and stuff, just enjoy more of like the fun, just lighthearted kind of content that you get out of like shows and whatnot. So most things you watch are niche, so they don't have ad spawning. Ah, there you go. One way to do it. So the specifically of esoteric content that cannot be matched by a classic entertainment platform. Yeah, I really love like watching, like one of my favorite things to do is watch like, it's more or less like kind of mini documentary kind of stuff that's like on random topics. I can't even think of creators off the top of my head, but like, I mean, I think one that everyone knows is like Let Me Know, or Nexpo. He's done some good stuff, but I like watching like little documentaries. You don't really get to find those anywhere else. I mean, you used to have the funny thing is you used to have really good content like that on, like, let's say the History Channel or Discovery Channel, but nowadays all that is just like reality TV stuff, which is why I don't really watch TV anymore. Yeah, old History Channel was good. Very good. Dude, this guy just popping off. All the races even do this jump? I don't even know. Or did they fix this one? Still there, just... Yes, I love the Jim Can't Swim criminal videos. Those are really good. There's also another channel that's like, it's called like Explore With Us, and they do crime stuff in the same kind of fashion as his content used to be like. Bro, make a Twitch, you can be 100% be a streamer and get like a paid hobby. Yeah, but I mean, like I used to stream on Twitch like often, and I'd have more views on, I think I still would end up having more views on YouTube, but I'd stream using like a multi-stream software, so I could stream on both platforms. And yeah, I had a stream. I have the ability to have subscribers and make money off of Twitch with subscribers and whatnot. But I think I would, you know, when I had it, I'd make like $100 or so a month off of subscribers. But I've also just never been in. I've never been one of those people that's good at. I think it's because I'm just such a cheap person that I'm really bad at like pushing people to, you know how some people are like, oh, you know, don't forget to subscribe to me or use your Twitch Prime or this, you know, or even like YouTubers who are always like my videos and subscribe. I've just never done that or been about that. It just feels kind of, I don't know, weird, I guess. Maybe that's just something I have to get over, but I don't know. I kind of like just like streaming on YouTube, having a smaller community. I'm able to like answer all your questions. Like, I've thought about this stuff. Like, technically I shouldn't answer everyone's question, right? It should be more of like, oh, if you pay me, I'll read your thing. But it's like, I don't know. I'm just a gamer, just like you guys. I'm just here to chat. I'm not like a personality, or I'm not like over the top and doing crazy stuff or anything. I'm just here streaming, so I'd rather just kind of hang out. It's like even with making the like with making my my Discord server, and like I'm like trying to think of what to name my server, and it's like everything was just like kind of cringy, you know? Like I just I want people that are watching the stream to just feel like we're just all hanging out. I don't have like this complex that I'm a better gamer than anyone or that I know more than anyone else. I just simply like making content for you guys, and I enjoy the fact that you guys like to watch it, but I'm not trying to like turn things into like a business, I guess, if that makes sense. How boring would that be if you don't talk to us? Well, exactly. But there's definitely a lot of people out there that have like, I mean, obviously those bigger streamers, they just can't react to chat like other people can. And I just don't think it's sustainable for them. But there's a lot of people out there that are small streamers that get maybe you know, like 10 to 20 viewers at a time, and they don't really interact with their chat at all. Some of them don't even have like a mic on. It's just like people are literally just watching them for their gameplay. And I get that, but I just feel like it's if I'm gonna turn on my stream, I might as well like chat with you guys. And obviously when like Season of Discovery comes out, there's probably gonna be a lot less chatting. But then again, I think that there's probably a lot of you will just be playing the game and kind of tuning into streams here and there just to kind of see where other people are at. At least that's kind of what I've done in the past when I haven't been streaming and I've been playing a game. You know, you like tune into to like this streamer and be like, oh, he's like around level 20 and he's doing this. Oh, that's cool. And you might watch for a few minutes and then you like move on to the next to kind of see what they're doing. But I know a lot of people use streams as more of like a background. And that's what I do as well. So I think that's why I try and focus so much on not so much about my gameplay, but more just talking and interacting, because there's a lot of people that hang out in here or turn on a stream and they just like listen, and then they're doing something else and they might never type in the chat, but they just like it as a way to kind of have something in their ear to listen to. Becoming a successful streamer alienates you from your original fan base in exchange for super chat bribes. Yeah, it's definitely different. Like, the funny thing is, and something that probably a lot of you don't know about me, is I actually used to hang out. I don't know if you guys are aware of Trainwrecks. I think a lot of you probably do. He used to stream like Rated Battlegrounds back in the day, and I'd always watch him, and he'd have like, you know, 200 viewers or something like that. And I helped him out with a lot of his old content. I kind of moderated for him, and I actually did a lot of his old YouTube videos back in the day. And yeah, he was always a really nice guy. Very different on stream versus off stream for sure. But yeah, he just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then just kind of took off. So I definitely get that about like your original, like if you get really successful on those platforms, like the original people that were there with you at the start, it doesn't really like they don't translate over to like, you know, your fan base of like being a big streamer. And I think you kind of have to have like an ego about you, or I don't know. It's just like the streaming stuff's always so weird to me. Like if someone says something to me in game about like enjoying my videos, I'm always like, oh, thanks, man. Like I really appreciate that. And I really am genuinely like shocked that my channel kind of got to where it was. I think it's just a lot to do with the fact that I played Druid a lot in on private servers, and so then when Classic was actually coming to Blizzard, a lot of people were like just looking for that kind of content, and I had it, so it kind of was able to propel me into getting a lot more views and stuff. But yeah, when people say that to me, or they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, are you ebb and flow?" It's just like it's like a weird feeling, because I'm when I don't like when I don't play on stream, or when I don't make YouTube videos, like I am one of those players that's like very unsocial in the game. Like when I'm in guilds, I join the raid chat for the raid, but I don't really talk unless I need to. I'm not really like one of those people in, someone's guild where they're always chatting or always in Discord. I just kind of tend to do my own thing. And so it's just, I think people have a idea of what I would be outside of streaming, and it's not really how it is. I'm just like a normal player like everyone else, of course. It's weird. Like I remember, I have a long history with WoW and streaming and everything. Like I used to watch Soda Poppin' back in the day on it was called, what was that streaming platform? It wasn't even Justin TV. It was before that. It was called like Live something, or I don't even remember. But I watched him back in the day. That was like Wrath or Kata maybe. And then when Twitch started kind of popping off, I remember watching a lot of those OG streamers. Like I remember watching Seadu's first stream. Like Rekful convinced Seadu to stream. Just turn on your stream. And at the time, Seadu was like a pizza delivery guy, and he was living with his mom. And just he was very unsure about like streaming and being on camera and everything like that. And then just to see where he is now as a streamer, or a lot of those other players where they just like, slowly went from a really small stream into kind of one of the well-known people on Twitch is just kind of interesting. D Live? No, I don't think so. It was a long time ago. It was like the interface was just like like a dark blue and stuff. I can't remember. It was like I think people basically like told Soda about Justin TV and Twitch, and then he started streaming over there, but before he wasn't. Few content creators are hinting that racial abilities won't matter in SOD. Are you getting that information? I mean, I've heard some people talking about that stuff. I've heard people saying that that like the racials for weapons won't matter. I think the normal racials like orc stun resist will still be in the game. Humans perception will still be in the game, but even orcs having axe specialization will still be in the game, it sounds like, but I think they want to make it less important, or maybe give players more loot out in the world that will increase weapon skill or something like that. I don't know. Ustream? Yeah, I don't remember, man. It was a long time ago. Wind, how's it going? I have this on in the background while I'm wanding mobs to death. Yeah, I know. The first few days of Season of Discovery are going to be interesting. I'm curious to see like what the queue times are going to be like. I know Blizzard had said in an interview that they have kind of overhauled some server stuff. Server population can be higher on servers, so maybe things will be a lot smoother. But man, thinking back to like 2019 Classic, it's like if you went to bed, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have a huge queue in the morning. So you'd have to like strategically like wake up like 3 hours before you actually wanted to play, and then you'd like you'd like log in so that you're in the queue, and then you go back to sleep, something like that. It was just crazy back then. And the first streamers I watched was Swifty. I used to watch like Azael too back in the day. I don't know if he ended up being like a League of Legends commentator or something, I think, but he also was just like an amazing warlock. And I used to watch him, Sidu, and Talbadar stream threes. That was some of the best. Oh my gosh, that was some of the best content ever. I still remember those streams. Won't be starting till late. Have Wrath raid that first night. I see. Interesting that I wonder how many people will be like no show on that raid, on that raid, not rage, on that raid iron. Like it seems like a lot of people would be like sign up for it and then they're like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to be playing instead." But at least if you won't be starting till late, then there might not be much of a queue later in the evening. I'm screwed then because I can only play after you put your kids to bed. Yeah, but again, in evening stuff, the queues tend to be like the worst time for queues are I would always find would be like mid afternoon to like early evening because like everyone's like getting off work or tons of people would use like they'd use like remote desktop, so they'd log in from work and then they'd make the drive home and then they'd be in by the time they got home. So think I think that a lot of people and then the big issue too with the queues is like when you know there's a queue, then you like make sure you don't log out. If you're like say you're not actually playing, but you're like, I'm gonna play maybe in like like an hour or so, and you're just like doing some chores around the house or you're playing with your kids or something like that, you might just like make sure you stay logged in. So then that alone is like feeding on the problem. Whereas like if there's not a queue at all, then other people are just like letting themselves log out or whatever. So it's kind of like almost like it builds on itself because people are scared to get kicked. Late start might be the best to be behind the rush. Honestly, yeah, true. Especially because 20 like you're capped at 25, so you don't necessarily have to like go really really fast. And so the first few hours, people are probably going to be just be like packed into the starting zones, and leveling might just be a pain. Whereas like yeah, a little bit later in the day, the people that are really like going crazy are already like in the low teens, and you're able to kind of have an easier time in the starting zones. Let's see if there's a war song going right now. If not, we'll queue for yeah, let's queue for AV. You think Metamorphosis locks will be useful as flag carrier in Warsong? I don't know. They might have their place. The problem is like, think of like other tank. Think of like a warrior. Like yeah, a warrior can be like a okay flag carrier, but for the most part, a lot of players like to, like even if you're a little bit squishy, like say you're a rogue, right? Rogues can be great flag carriers just because they have so many movement abilities, and they also have a lot of like outs, like they can vanish, pick the flag back up. So it's not really so much about tankiness as a flag carrier. It's more about like escape and like kind of how fast you can get across mid. So I'm not really sure if meta locks would be good or not. I thought I was gonna keep playing after Classic, but Blizzard's latest scandal at the time, censoring the old games emotes and in-game paintings. Oh yeah, man, that was so stupid. Left a bad taste in my mouth yet again, so I dropped. Yeah. Yeah, the way Blizzard's handled some stuff in the past has been really kind of weird, especially when you learn about like some of the allegations that have been happening with like employees or whatever. It's like, okay, so you do one thing on surface level and other goofy stuff behind. So that's always kind of been a weird thing. I hope BFD will be tuned fine. Just a nice, okay, I was like, what is NAIS? Just a nice newbie raid for getting used to the new playstyles and testing stuff out. Yeah, Wind, I think it's important that Blizzard, I think it's important for Blizzard to not like make this early content, even like level 40 stuff. Don't make it too difficult. Like anyone should be able to put together a group of like 10 people and go in there and clear it, right? Because if you make it too difficult and people are struggling at level 25 content, they're going to be like, whoa, what's the level 60 content going to be like? Or what's the level 40 content going to be like? If it's this hard, I'm not going to play. So I think that's important. I'm hoping they drop servers early to reserve names like they did in Classic. Yeah, that's a... I think they really should... Yeah, but... The start? Guy wants me to go play D with them, but like, right away it seems like you'd want to play the choke point for a little bit at least. We'll see. We'll see what kind of antics they have planned. But yeah, the whole... I think it really helps. It helps Blizzard and it helps players to drop servers early. If they drop servers early, you're able to reserve names, you're able to coordinate with friends and guildies, and also it gives Blizzard an idea of like population and like, okay, there's so many more people like reserving names and creating characters than I thought. So let's go ahead and open more servers, or maybe, you know, one server is like has way more players on Horde side signing up than Alliance, like creating characters. So maybe they'll end up doing something where it's like, you know, they'll say like recommend for new players. Maybe they can also do something like recommended Alliance or recommended Horde. So it's kind of a way to do things. I'm playing off, and that's the other thing too. I always name my character Ebb and Flow, and I'm never really worried about someone taking it. It just never happened in the past. But I also never think to like get some of those good names. So maybe I'll actually try and get a relatively unique name this time. I don't really know what I would do though. Maybe I'll just stick to the tried and true. At least my druid will be named Ebb and Flow. But I was happy to find out later that Vanilla Classic never died, which was a pleasant surprise. Yeah, I know. I never copied my druid over. I kind of wish I had, but honestly, like, if you play any kind of hybrid spec in the game, you can get gear really, really easily. Like, I get, like, as this Shaman, I was able to gear up pretty fast just because everyone wants a Shaman. Whereas, like, man, if you're wanting to play a warrior or a rogue, like, good luck in groups. Like, and then even if you do get into like, let's say you get into like GDKPs or whatever, like you're paying so much for items, whereas like a healing thing would drop and I'd pay like 100 gold for it. So I'm playing off spec, which is any warrior spec now. Google WoW variety show event, there are things that will push people to want to race. Yeah. Guys, is this like is this the way to play the game now? You just pretend you're an archer? We need some lightning happening, yeah. I think they're fine in there. They want to give up my spot. If he runs out, I'll heal him. This guy dropping Wind Fury for him? You think Pallies and Druids will reign supreme? Yeah, I think I think you're gonna see a lot of them. And the problem too is like, okay, so if you have a Ret Pally that has the option to have if you have the Rep Pally that has an option to have the two-handed quest mace, and then you have like a feral druid playing with them, like it's just going to encourage more people to play those classes, because at 25 they're going to feel like Rep Pally at 25 I think is going to do a lot of damage. But the thing is I think that they won't scale as well on the way to 60. Like I think they'll still be really strong, but classes will have more answers for them. They'll have more abilities. They'll have better ways to deal with paladins. So the problem is, I think at level 25 you're going to see tons of pallies, and then people are going to jump on the bandwagon of like playing them. So I don't know. We'll have to see what ends up happening with people playing, you know, what they want versus what's super strong. And I think population does, though, it does end up kind of leveling out a little bit as the game goes on. Just because, like, if there's a million paladins and paladins have a hard time getting groups, and you know you really need, let's say, mages or something, then automatically like the players that play mages end up getting into groups easier. So then there's kind of like this little bit of like balance that occurs naturally within the player base. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to catch up on some of the comments that I think I missed. I got a decent raiding guild even with casual playtime. I got AQ40 and Nax gear, which I never expected. Classic worked out as well as I dreamed for. Never would have stopped if Blizz wasn't silly. Yeah, and I think that was a lot of people. They kind of, all the Blizzard drama around TBC time kind of irritated people. Played Ellie myself in vanilla, and that's how it always looked like when I do PvP. This or me getting mauled by melees. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with Ellie is, man, if you're left alone and you can just cast, you do so much damage, but if you get a lot of people on you, or even just like one melee, it can be difficult to get casts off with pushback, and then also with like getting locked out of, like if you get locked at nature damage, then I guess we're just kind of holding this place down. I don't know why they don't push up though first, and then I think I'm gonna push up for now. There's nothing to do here. Tell this guy I'll come back if they push. Right now I just feel like I'm AFKing. This guy's sundering me, dude. It's like I'm a raid boss. Oh, I see what you're saying. You were talking about flag carrying, not in general. But yeah, I think in general they're gonna be played. I think so many people are gonna be playing druids early on. We'll just have to see how many people stick with it. I have a bleed, nice. Just a fade. Eat that sunder. Yeah, I was like, I could hear like the sunder noise, and I was like, what? He's sundering me, and I saw my debuffs. I was like, okay, interesting. I got that PvE mindset. try and drop combat so I can switch trinkets and get a quick drink. This guy is coming right for us, though. I probably shouldn't use Chain Lightning as much right now, just for mana efficiency, but it just feels so good to like get a Chain Lightning right after hitting, because you have that travel time for your lightning bolt. So if you do them back to back, you basically just hit at the same time. That's why if you do like a chain into a shock too, you basically hit all at the same time. And I feel like the way Ellie was designed, I don't know if it was on purpose, but it can just like setting up your damage can just feel so satisfying blowing someone up. I feel like you can kind of do that with a Destro Warlock with like Conflag and Soulburn or whatever, Shadowburn, that's what it is. Mages too, also with like shatter combos can be super fun. They're on this druid hard. I gotta run back a bit now. Have any mana? They're onto me. Oh, I'm getting sundered again. Dude, she's setting it up for the warriors. If you have +1 on you and mind numbing tongues, it's almost always forever. I mean, if you go NS versus EM for like Nature Swiftness for the instant cast, heal, or lightning bolt, or elemental mastery, I think it just kind of depends. I like playing both. They both have pros and cons. I guess NS gives you a little bit more like flexibility with if you want to use it offensively or defensively, but I mean EM can just be so satisfying. Like this. No! Blackout proc. Not like that, guys. I think my totem should get that. No, I guess not. Okay. Alright, well, not at all like that. I had lock dots on me too, so it was just burning to all those. Priest is surprisingly good at flag carrying in the middle or picking up the flag. Yeah. Priest is really nice at the lower levels. That's the Sunder man. I never go NS. I love EM too much. Yeah. But man, NS is really nice for those classes that are more difficult. Like, for example, Warrior and Rogue become a lot easier if you have NS. Because a lot of classes can kind of lock you down a little bit. Okay, all right. Let's just finish this here. A lot of classes can lock you down pretty well when they see EM up. Whereas like with a Rogue or a Warrior, having that extra survival against them is kind of nice. So in world PvP situations, I kind of like having NS. Like dueling a Rogue, if you have NS, you actually have a pretty... It's more like 50-50 at that point. Whereas like with EM, you just really have to hope to maybe like get them in a grenade stun and then just pop it and blow them up, but a little harder. Missed my jump. That's what was supposed to happen, guys. That's what we wanted to see. Just as you got stomped by the Shadow and you played Druid, how can I approach the Shadow Priest Druid matchup? Feels like an instant loss for me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like how I would beat Shadow Priests would always be like you have to have a lot of room to play, so you can kind of get out of range, and then it really comes down to like the player. Like if they are really on top of like dispelling you, then it's going to be a lot harder than if they just let you keep your hots up. Then it's obviously a lot easier fight. I think Druids will be stronger at facing Shadow Priest now because you have another instant 30% heal, it looks like, possibly. So a lot of times it's because you can't keep hots up, so this would at least give you a little bit more survival. But I don't know, Shadow Priests are really, really hard. Basically just have to like max range them, and then it comes down to like a mana fight. Or if you can get them to kind of, if you can start getting more pressure on them where they have to like leave form and start to heal, and you can maybe get like a bear charge depending on what spec you are, and get a bash on them and try and kind of burst them a little bit. That's one way of doing it, but it's a hard fight, man. I don't know. Okay, we're in a situation where we can start like PvEing on people, so I'm gonna weapon oil. Arcane Elixir, and we'll try and get some crazy crits here. NS does have its strategic value if you start on the back foot, yeah. Okay, it's 2 AM here and I have to get up early, so... Go there and see you next time. Okay. Take care, man. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, let's see here. Here's a big combo right here. No, okay, never mind. Dispel, dispel, dispel. Poison. Good. Unlucky. Great pet management by that guy, by the way. I don't even know why someone would send their pet in an AV, like your pet just instantly dies, basically. Let's not push far there. I need to get mana potions. I said that before, but I forgot. BM in AV is not the best. Yeah, not really. A little bit, little weak when you don't have your pet. I feel honestly, these kind of fights as like any kind of melee player. I mean, like a rogue, you kind of can like go backline, or you can go find someone who's maybe kind of sitting there drinking, and you can try and get some damage in. But like warriors, ugh, I would hate that. You just like feel like you can't really do anything. But it's like you also kind of need a front line, so it's like warriors should kind of charge in, but then you die and you're just constantly running back from the graveyard. uh, I love it. I mean, I love druid guys, but there's something to be said about just like the absolute disgusting damage you can do on a shaman. So crazy. I'm all for the AV turtles though. This is when you can actually do some PvP and but I get it, like people that are trying to push their rank, it's like this is the worst kind of game for them. Need to wait, where did that go? Why did it go back up there? Hide. But I hate that viper sting noise. Is just triggers me. I know exactly what you're doing. Grin factor is high for Ellie. Yeah, it's crazy. I wonder if you have to be able to execute all the jumps in Warsong, like how high the skill level will be. I mean, being able to do the jumps at low levels is a lot more beneficial just because players don't have mounts and everything, so being able to like run from people is obviously pretty big. However, okay, grounded that Hodge. It's gonna bubble, maybe? Doesn't have it. But yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. Fury Warriors aren't really that scary because I can just heal through their damage normally. This guy's smiting me to death. Joke's on you, boys. I can live. Just hate totems, managing them and such. Yeah. Every class has their downside though. Like when you're in a raiding environment and people are like, okay guys, buff up. You know, like as a druid, I used to have to buff 8 groups, right? You'd buff 8 groups with Mark of the Wild. So you don't have to buff any groups as a shaman, you just have totems. I don't know, totems are the only thing I don't like about I don't mind having to deal with totems. I just don't like having to like repick them and put them down if like they're in a spot you don't want them. Like I just want to be able to like destroy them or whatever. Even if I don't get any mana back, I just want to be able to destroy them. They're just PvEing on us. Yeah, true. Mages like constantly getting asked for water. Yeah, true. I mean, that's true. A lot of people going paladin don't realize the annoyance of constantly having to buff people. Okay, this guy is gonna die so fast. They're just wanting to wait their full duration. Okay, yeah. Bubble, please. Or just LOS my stuff, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of insane how they never added totem recall to vanilla in any patch. Yeah, super annoying. That's the one thing I hate. What are your thoughts on them adding the drop all totems at one thing? I don't think that's a good idea just because that's really strong, and having to play with the totem GCD stuff is like kind of important in my opinion. As much as like as a player that deals with totems it would be nice, but I think in a balanced situation it'd be really broken. See, so when you have that faster cast, a lot of times they'll kick at the end and they won't be able to get it because it doesn't show. Oh no, I have no friggin' mana, I'm gonna die anyways. I actually didn't. Will I survive? No. What are your thoughts on them adding the drop all? Oh yeah, I read that one. Yeah, I just think in general that's a bad idea though. Could be okay though with all the other changes they're adding to other classes. Maybe it would kind of it would be okay in the end, but might be a little too crazy. It's one of these games. I don't even know if we can. We'd have to have so many people go north all at once. This is one of those games that's just like a slow loss, I think, but it's okay. I guess I could also go to the vendor and get some mana potions too. I always forget about those lesser ones. We are just pumping people in this game though. People in the chat are getting mad about us. This game turning into just a giant turtle. Probably put on a different trinket for now. The wasted slot. I think actually I'm better off pushing in and just getting mana by getting a res off. Cause them to come back a bit. Might be worth if I can get. Oh, unlucky. I get the full duration res. Hate to see it. In that case, I guess it wasn't beneficial, but. I do hope they have some kind of solution though for Season of Discovery at level 60 for PvP, because I don't want it to be just AV meta again. I just really don't like that. I probably just would not rank at that point then. Oh, we might still... Probably not, though. I say maybe we can take this back, but I don't think so at this point. I'm gonna get these healers in the back, but... Full res is the worst, yeah. Or those times that you get put in the back. You get put in the back line of a res where it's like it's more than there's like a cap on the amount of people that can be resed at once, and I've gotten to the point where I've sat through like 2 or 3 res cycles trying to take a res for AV. The funny thing though is now that they have this graveyard, they still have to deal with all of the rest of what goes on with this, pulling out lieutenants and stuff, or war masters for them. Yeah, AV all day every day is just so uninteresting to me. And I think most people probably feel that way. Most people don't enjoy it. It's just literally what's best. So then like why would they do any why would people do anything else? They just want to get their grind over with. Like, I don't mind if I actually don't even mind if AV is like a popular one to still do. I just think that like at least during the days that they have available, it should be good to or I mean the weekend, the Battleground weekend, it should be good to do other things. Okay, well. They're kind of all getting destroyed right there. There's posts on Reddit asking for blues to make ally shaman and horde pally for SOD. Personally, I think it should stay the way it is on classic. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I get why people want it. I don't really know if I myself don't really care either way. Like if they came out tomorrow and they said Alliance Shamans for SOD, I'd probably just be like, whatever. Just because like they've made so many other changes in SOD, and I realize it's only a seasonal thing. So like if they want to do that, then they can choose to do that, right? But they've already said that they kind of wanted to keep that a unique thing, so I don't know if they'll cave to people. The problem too is like this vocal group of players. That like a lot of these people are just like, let's say they're bored at their job, right? And they're maybe like at work and they're checking out the forums and they're like, yeah, man, like this would be so fun in the game, you know? But like the problem is you can't just listen to every single player in the game and what they want, and maybe they're casual, maybe they're a casual player, maybe they don't even really play the game, they just like to kind of speculate and talk about it. So I think it's hard to judge like the responses on like the forums and the Reddit of like what people really want versus like what just a small majority of people, or a small but loud group of people want. Yeah, buffing worse on Gulch and AB Honor would be really nice. No way Blizz would do that. Yeah, I mean I don't see them doing that, but like look at all the other stuff they've done. I didn't think they would ever do anything like what they've done so far with Season of Discovery. Like I didn't think they would go through, I didn't think they would be doing low level content. I didn't think they would be, I thought like any changes that they did would be pretty small. So one of the big things that makes Classic classic. Yeah, but two-handed enhancement shaman, I guess, to the subreddit is like what makes Classic classic. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's like people have to pick their battles too. It's like the shaman stuff is silly to me, but who knows? Like I've seen a wide variety of people on the forums and on subreddits, guys. They'll say stuff like, there'll be people that are like, you can't touch the classes, like that's not classic, like they're complaining about like littlest, even the smallest changes. There's people up in arms about Chrono Boon, right? Which I think has been a giant improvement to the game. Chrono Boon has made it so that you don't have people just logging with buffs. You have people actually still playing the game. Chrono Boon has been like a huge improvement to the game, and there's still people out there that when it came out were like super pissed, right? And then there's other people that are like, I want transmog in Classic. I want, like, you know, I want to be able to play a Death Knight in Classic, and I want to be a Worgen, I want to be a Goblin. Like, there's a lot of people that just, you know, have their opinion, which is completely fine, but if you were to take everyone's opinion and everyone's ideas for Classic, it would just be like most insane game ever that would have no resemblance to Classic. So that's kind of the hard thing. Two-handed enhance makes more sense than ally shaman. Sure, I think the two-handed stuff is just more of like, it just doesn't affect me either way. I feel like for the most part it doesn't affect other players too. Like what size of populace within Classic player base actually wants to play a two-handed enhanced shaman, right? Like I think enhanced shaman is kind of a cool spec, but I have no problem just playing dual wield. I actually think dual wield seems like it has a little bit more unique ways of playing, and would excite me more than two-handed. But I get it that some people want that, but then it's been blown into this thing where it's like, it seems like every single player out there is like, yeah, Blizzard, what are you doing with two-handed enhancement shaman? And I'm like, you know, it's like, I feel like the only reason they care about that is because like their favorite streamer or like one of their buddies is like talking about it. But the vast majority, I don't think they really have a dog in the fight. Let them go two-handed, less competition for your weps. Yeah, but the problem is if they make two-handed and dual wield better, or not better, if they make both two-handed and dual wield viable, then shamans are just going to be the new hunters and just being like, ooh, you know, that's a minor upgrade for me. I might just go back to two-handed, and then they'll see like a nice one-handed weapon drop and they're like, ooh, dual wielding is looking pretty good right about now. you know? Yeah, everything's a shaman weapon. They'll be like, that two-handed staff, like, I don't know, it kind of, like, it has some pretty good top-end DPS. Like, I could use that as a two-handed enhanced shaman, and then, like, I'm also getting, like, you know, plus spell damage from it, so I think that's a shaman weapon, you know? Like, that's the problems you run into with these hybrid classes. I don't really know. I kind of autopiloted ran this direction, so I guess we're going north this game. Sometimes north has some decent PvP up here early on. I don't know if my mouse just freaked out or if that was a rogue. My mouse went up like that, so I think it was just me. You're totally doing that? Yeah. Maybe this is one of the quote-unquote pre-mades. Because they pushed north quickly. Did they buff the drops in the first SOM so more loot dropped? Don't remember. Yeah, I believe they did drop more. The funny thing is I played Season of Mastery at the beginning, but I didn't PvE like at all because they made ranking easier and they added it in the first phase. So I just ranked a mage to rank 13, and it was funny. I was like running around as a rank 13 mage, and I had like I think I had like the dagger from Skolo or something, you know? It was like the pieces I couldn't get from PvP were just trash. But PvE, or the PvP gear made up for it. They didn't have increased loot drops? Okay, yeah. I think the reason Season of Mastery kind of was a flop, and this is just my opinion, is like world buffs were gone. And I think world buffs is like a huge reason Classic is fun, and the reason why is I think it gives a lot of players almost jobs in a sense. Like, okay, you gotta get your world buffs. You gotta have players that are willing to summon you to world buffs for people that are lazy or don't have time to get them. You have to have hunters clearing DMTs. So you have like this little world buff economy going on, and it kind of makes the game feel alive. And then also world buffs are just fun, right? They're a fun way to take on raid content. And then I think just like buffing the raids was just like, who asked, you know? I know, and I'm saying that, but I know some people did want the raids to be more difficult, but like I'm not looking for a challenge in this game. It's old, it's an old game, we all know how it plays. Like I don't need things I'm just looking to get into a raid and have some fun with friends or whatever, and just play the game. Waiting till this moment. Interesting, I thought they might kick me there. Now, if that player had that player had like a PvE mace, like a Might of Menethil or Corrupted Ashbringer or something, I probably would have died there. These warriors just do too much damage. It was too soon after Classic and right after TBC. Yeah, I think too many people were just like, and there wasn't enough things different about it that people were like, okay, so I'm playing the same game, but now I can't boost characters in dungeons, which I think actually is a huge thing because there's a lot of people out there that do not want to level. So while I don't think mage boosting is a good thing, I think it's a good thing, if that makes sense. It just, more players will end up playing. And I think it's important to have a lot of players. for a healthy economy and stuff. Oh, this guy actually has a lot of health. Oh no, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Did I get... Yeah, I got Midnight Haze last night. So, big increase in damage for sure. I really wish, and maybe they'll change this for Season of Discovery, I really wish that the DPS on caster weapons actually like mattered. Like they cap out right around 40 DPS, and then no matter whether it's a Nax weapon or a weapon from MC, they all have right around 40 DPS, which is kind of a bummer if you wanted to do like a cool like, you know, hybrid build between Enhance and Ellie. You're kind of having to look at a different weapon then, which is a bummer. Hello, sir. Yeah, Aura Stone has like, I mean, a lot for the level. It's still like, I think it's like 45 or something. Please, can I play the game, please? Should I do it? We'll do it. We'll pop a lip. We'll pop a lip. Am I gonna get? They didn't. They didn't even kick me. I thought they for sure would kick me. Kick? You kick? This guy doesn't interrupt. Interesting. This guy just doesn't believe in kicking. So only reason I was able to beat these guys is he doesn't interrupt. Okay. Okay, he interrupted finally, but it was not at the right time. Dude, I have nothing for this. Dog's being a little pill today. She keeps barking out. Naughty, naughty. He doesn't pay a monthly sub to kick. Yeah, you have to be able to unlock interrupts. You have to pay a little bit extra. It's like 50 cents more per month. Leveling up with World PvP is the best part of Fresh. True, a lot of fun doing that. Can you level up with PvP? Yeah, just like World PvP, so like still doing quests and everything, but you just, anytime you see someone out in the world, yeah. Meat Seat, interesting name. Yeah, boy's back. Interesting. Not gonna bother healing with all those stacks. I'm just gonna kite him a little bit. I don't really think he interesting. That's one of those guys that he's one of those players where you're not quite sure exactly what he's doing. Sometimes can be rather dangerous. I don't think I can heal through this. Yeah. No, I would be shocked if BGs gave XP. They might, but I mean, they might add that, but they haven't said anything about it. That burst is hilarious. Yeah, it's really gross. 50 cents per kick. Wow, you really got to use them sparingly. I want to try a new class, but Shaman is guaranteed fun. Yeah, I think Shaman. I think Shaman will be fun at 25. I think Hunter is going to be tons of fun at 25 too. Queued for Warsong? Okay, I'm still queued for Warsong. Yeah, Shaman runes do look amazing for PvP, and the interesting thing about Shaman for their runes is like Shaman runes, they all seem pretty strong. Like you could make a case for a lot of them based on your playstyle. So I think they're going to give like Shaman has like a ton of options out there for them. Whereas I think some of the other classes is definitely like, okay, you got to pick that rune. That's like an obvious one for PvP. Whereas I think Shaman, it's definitely more of a choice. You know, they have options. Shaman is your first alt because your buds are going Alliance. Ah, yeah. See, there you go. You got to get on the forums. You got to type out. You know, I'm playing Alliance. My friends, all my friends want to play Alliance, but I want to play a Shaman. Please, Blizzard, give us Shamans for the Alliance so that I can have fun with my friends. Right? That's yeah, I'm in AV too. Are you on the Alliance side? Are you gonna come gank me? Please don't. Please, I beg you. Let me sit in the back and cast. Shamanistic Rage is a 1 minute cooldown, 20% defensive, and mana gain. I know, it's insane, Ethan. Like, Shamanistic Rage looks like a lot of fun. But then the thing is like Shamanistic Rage, man, that looks great. But then Call of Earth at the same time is like is a really good one as well. So it's like that's what I mean about Shaman. It's like you really get some options. Whereas some of the other classes, it's like you don't have to make those tough decisions as much. I think there's a few for Druid, like for example, I think you have to choose between like maybe Life Bloom and Skull Bash. I think that's one of them. And so there's like if you're playing like a healing druid, you might have to make some changes and choices. But a lot of the others, like I think Rogue, specifically Rogue, looking at theirs is like pretty obvious like which ones you'd take. Unless you want to like do some like rogue tanking in PvP. But besides that, it's like some of the other classes have very much like more specific choices that you have to make. I feel like hunters too are a little bit like that, sadly. It's like you either go the no pet route or you choose like the I'm gonna buff my pet route. But there's not really like much in terms of choices for hunters. And I think some of those we have to all understand too that with multiple phases and we haven't seen all the runes, it'll probably change. So probably we'll get to the point where you have a lot more choices of what rune you want to put in what slot. But definitely for level 25, it's like Shaman have some pretty awesome options. I guess Mage have some pretty decent options too, right? No, you just AFK. Okay, there you go. No, you're against Ali Shaman. I like the difference. Yeah. But man, that does kind of suck. Not being able to play the class you want just because of friends going something different. Mage should have been Alliance only, and Warlock should have been Horde only. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense from a like a class standpoint and lore and everything. You could make an argument for that. Oh, you're going Ret? Well, there you go. It's your best next option. Let's switch over to... I really don't have that many trinkets on this guy. I feel like I've seen this guy a lot in... Oh, dude, he gives me PI? Okay, we gotta do it then. If he's gonna PI us, we gotta pop the... We got 3 of them. This guy's going down too. So we got most of their harassers. You don't even need water shield and gloves, so you can get lava burst even as resto shaman in PvP because leg and chest runes have mana gain talents. True. The problem with the mana gain talent in I think it's the shield mastery one. The problem is like you kind of have to have people hitting you, so it's like you might not get quite as much mana back from that one in PvP as we think, but it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. Shield spec has Resto and Ellie, not even bad. Yeah, it seems like it'll be actually pretty strong. You might also look at like the trade-off between like, oh, I could be shield, or maybe I'll dual wield and have like, if dual wield is just something that you learn from a trainer, then you might want to dual wield you know, healing weapons or something. And just have like a shield swap macro. So if you get attacked, you can switch to a shield. And we're stomping them. I guess I'll just go put on our recall trinket. Dual wield Resto with Cthulhu and KT hammers would be nuts. Actually, I don't know if you know this, and I think I checked on this. Dungeons, raids, snacks. Look at this. Oh no, it is. It's unique. Never mind. I lied. For some reason, I thought it wasn't unique and you could get it. I was gonna say like that's ridiculous. You could get 2 of those bad boys. But yeah, you still have some other crazy options out there. If you're able to free cast, they are dead anyways, so you won't need the extra mana back from the shield spec. Yeah, that's true. Like 2-hand enhance, it would make no sense for them to make it a thing in phase 1 or SOD since you can't get win for your... Yeah. The interesting thing is I thought for sure that they would do more 2-handed enhanced stuff later. This guy is very spam happy of that. Alright, fine. I guess I won't PvP. Yeah, servo arms from Nax. 2 of those as a dual wield shaman. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? And then you're getting the nature proc too. Ugh. That would be a scary thing to see in PvP for sure. That's why I think I feel like dual wield shaman would be like a ton of... I don't know why people... I guess it's like just the idea in their head of 2-handed. It's like a little bit more exciting, but I mean the combos you can do with different weapons and stuff is just pretty exciting. Ah, yes, the old consecration interrupt. Interesting strategy, my man. Interesting strategy. Normally, I will put down a trap because they're gonna then just eat it with the grounding down. In a 1v1, also, it's nice to keep up Viper let them keep their first Viper up because they are probably going to try and trap you, and the first Viper will actually break that. Okay, I'm sorry, but this druid is gonna get destroyed here in a second. It's one of those. I think we're gonna, as long as the res. Oh yeah, of course they resist. Love that. Yeah, of course, 200s exactly. That's the problem with AV is like there's so many people here that even if you possibly get into like a 1v1 situation, normally like people right around the corner. I have a 60 upgrades link in my Discord, which by the way is right here if you guys want to join. I'll probably put some more links up there too. Tonight I'll work on some other, like for my, probably what I'll look for my hunter and my shaman. But yeah, and you guys can always post your links too, and we can take a look at things and talk about stuff. But in terms of what I'm gonna play Feral Druid at 25 and probably mess around with the other specs a bit, but Feral will be the kind of main one I plan to focus on. Okay, let's switch out of this trinket. Grounded that Hodge. I don't think it's gonna matter. The chain lightning, I know. Shaman damage is just so ridiculous. Let's see. I think we're getting really unlucky with timing War Song. It might be better to just let's ask this guy score. I might, if it's like part way through that game, I might just wait on a War Song game. I'd rather play War Song over AV. We're winning 2-3. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait. More people play AV. Yeah. The nice thing though is like the people that do play War Song, they actually want to play it. Like they know it's not the best honor per hour. So the people that are just trying to grind ranks are in AV, and the people that actually like normally War Song, it's like everyone has good gear and everyone's there to like play the game and have fun. So that's the nice thing. You might have to wait a little bit longer, but people are actually having fun. Chain Lightning is your favorite spell. It's the essence of pure overkill. Yeah, it's pretty insane. And I just can't imagine like some of the crazy damage you're gonna do with overloads in SOD will be pretty crazy. Hope they put in summons for Ashenvale PvP like you can in AV. That would be epic. Yeah, well they have the ability for engineers to like take apart shredder units. And so I think shredders will be in the game. Here, 1 second. Dog's going crazy out there. I think our neighbors are putting up like Christmas lights, and she's like You can't do that. Are you kidding me? Trying to put Christmas lights up? She's like the Grinch, so she's barking at them. Yeah, overload, like if you get lucky with an overload with chain lightning in like right into a shock or something like that. I don't know. Class like can be rough for some classes at 60 against a shaman, I'd say. Regarding Ashen Veil, I really do hope they add stuff like Bashar Crater, etc. for high level PvP regions at some point. Yeah, it did kind of sound like they had interest in continuing like the world PvP stuff. I think they know that's a strength of Classic. So yeah, hopefully we see some more stuff like, I guess probably too, they're going to gauge how well Ashen Veil does. If Ashen Veil is like a huge interest for most players, then I think we can see them doing something like that for the 40, 50, and 60 stuff. But yeah, in general, I feel like Ashara could get a little bit more love. It's a really cool zone. It's just like not really much point in being there. Back to the Druid rune, or the Druid talk about runes. I think for Resto World PvP, I'd go Sunfire, Life Bloom, and Survival of the Fittest, or Fury of Storm Range, depending on playstyle. Yeah. Speaking of, you know what I realize is I kind of gotta. I have to start learning which ones. Like I know all the runes, but I keep forgetting which ones overlap. But if we look at, yeah, I feel like Survival of the Fittest is a pretty obvious choice for PvP. And I think one thing to note, guys, is a lot of people are looking at this and they see the bear form, dire bear form at the bottom, so they assume it's for all of it. But the reduction of being critically hit and the reducing of 10% damage, that's for any form. But then it also adds the caveat at the bottom, which is damage taken reduced by additional 10% while in bear or dire bear form. But the other two stats that you get above are actually in any form. So this one's very strong in PvP. And then yeah, I think Life Bloom, if you're playing like any kind of healing in PvP, it's probably going to be like a literal must. These other ones here, Skull Bash and Star Surge, have their place, but I think Life Bloom for PvP as a healer is just way too good. Yeah, I think you're right. Sunfire is probably a better choice than Wild Growth, because Wild Growth is kind of like, how often is it going to be? It would be more about like if it's a, big group PvP, then it might be worth. Let's see, what am I trying to do? Wow, we got some pumpers in here. This guy and Oofta, they have so much crazy gear. I guess if either of these guys go for Berserker, I should probably just let them take it. To be honest, this guy is like, I think this guy literally has Biss. Absolutely disgusting. I bet he pumps so hard. See, this is what I want. Natural alignment crystal is so good for shamans, but I just have not been lucky and seen it. My fear too is that if I see it in a BWL, someone will pay so much for it, because BWLs are almost always GDKPs now at this point, and I don't have very much gold at all. Weapon enhancements are getting a longer duration, right? Or did I dream that? I think you dreamt that, because unless I said something, but I had watched this stream from Blizzard, like at BlizzCon with someone doing the raid, and it didn't seem like you got anything like that. And then fake CS, and it doesn't matter. Mages are really hard for like, you don't really have to worry about them killing you really fast as a shaman. Like a lot of times you'll be able to survive for a little while, but Like, they just can live forever. They just can run away. What are these guys doing? Angry fat kid. They're definitely controlling mid. Okay, the flag's coming there, so let's try and... If we run anywhere, run over to this side. I think they're not going to be able to catch him. Always wanted to, the crystal, yeah, only ever saw it drop once or twice. Yeah, I don't know why it's so, I guess back when we raided in 2019, I didn't really see it very much either. It was weird. In my head, I always thought it was like something fairly common. But I guess now playing a shaman, it's like you realize how little you see it. Yeah, Sunfire will make Druid dots hurt someone, not just tickle. Yeah, I think playing like a resto build and then having some DPS will be kind of nice. It's gonna depend too on like what other classes feel like that damage might not really affect them that much when they're just pumping. The way of the the way of the earth reads, a weapon swap cast Earthshock macro can fix the range issue. Interesting. So like, well, I know what you're meaning. Like with a shield, we'll read it let's read it in a second. I feel like this game is not really going anywhere, so I'm not too worried about just waiting for a second. Character, Shaman, talents, Way of the Earth. While Rockbiter weapon is active in your main hand weapon. Oh, interesting, yeah. And Earthshock taunts targets to attack, shot, and a separate cooldown. This is kind of weird too, though. Like, it's like if you accidentally let Rockbiter fade off your main hand, then you just lose 30% of your health. So that's kind of scary in a PvP sense, you know? It's interesting that they choose to do it that way too. It seems like they could also have just done like if you had a shield equipped, you'd get it. But I guess they want to give some options out there, maybe? I don't know. Oh, this guy's styling on me. Sneaky little gnome. Alright, you do lose HP, but if it fades, you get jacked up. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to me. Like, so if you swapped, maybe that's kind of how they look at it. It's like, hey, yeah, you can swap and get your Earthshock now at range, but you lose 30% HP. Oh, I got the second screen still up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm bad at remembering toggle over. I did that once the other day too. Can't wait to dual wield tank on a shaman. Yeah. Could be good. You might also just generate so much threat anyways from like your shocks and stuff that it's not worth even bothering. Might have been not far enough. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna trap. Interesting. We'll catch him before he's... We'll get him. We'll catch him before he gets out. Unless he just... No, he does. He grabs it. He's gonna die here. There's no way he gets out. I guess there's a way he gets out. But he used literally everything, so now we can just go right here and kill him. That guy's gonna peel like crazy. I think we're gonna have to probably... even if we get the... Oh, he invised. He's gonna get him. He's gonna sneak up on him. I think he's got it. The guy's staying in there. He's gonna get peeled now. Actually, better to just kill this guy. Because that other hunter was just gonna peel for him forever. They're gonna get the repick. Oh, I thought that was his. I thought that was that mage's NS, or I mean, silence. Rip. That's the one thing that sucks about these interrupt trackers is if anyone nearby does it, then it's like kind of throw you off a bit. Posted the link in the disc. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, guys, is this will be the last war song I do, and then I think I'll just look at. We'll just kind of theory craft some stuff. We'll look at some of your guys' posts in Discord of maybe like builds that you're thinking of running and whatnot, and we can kind of just discuss stuff. Be the plan. Here's the disc too if you're interested in joining. Just a place that I can kind of chat with you guys and we can share just different Season of Discovery stuff. Some of the stuff I've thought about making videos on, and then I'm like, if I make a video on this, it's gonna trivialize it and no one's gonna do it because everyone knows about it. So I'll probably share a few things that I have ideas on that I just don't really want to make a full video on. See, where is he coming out? Tunnel, I think. Entrapment, man. Talk about things at level 25 you're not looking forward to. Entrapment, it's one of those things that is just so irritating, especially when you get like procced like back to back with entrapments. It's like the most frustrating thing ever. I never realized how much I take for granted with playing Druid too, with like movement and pairing things. Like with Druid, you just never worry about those. And then when you're playing any other class, you realize how much it sucks to just waddle at someone. Just gonna trap, eat it with a grounding. This is the problem when he gets distance. Well, we win. Interesting. I thought he'd go for the silence. Dude, is this guy... Maybe he doesn't have his silence. He just, like, doesn't take the bait. Not wait for lava burst to not be totally shit out of luck when people interrupt nature. Yeah, that's the frustrating part, is like when you get locked out, it's pretty much just GG for you. Just sitting there watching your spells slowly get closer to the point where you can use them. I just think the fact that it's 10 seconds for mage is so broken. Like, I don't have any problem with the other classes as much. Yeah, entrapment, entrapment, no DR and no internal cooldown is like crazy. And the fact that you'll be able to use traps in combat, I think survival is kind of going to be the way to go. Okay, I hate you. Go away. Okay, can I kill you? Thank you. I think that's why I like Druid a lot, though, is because slows in the game. Like, I probably honestly, I can't imagine playing like a warrior and fighting like a mage or something like that. I probably would just like slowly lose my mind. Just waddling at people is just a very frustrating feeling. Before we go in there, let's... It's like Hunter is just Viper Sting class. I have... Oh, he used his pet. He used his pet on my trap. This guy at least knows what he's doing. Oh, look, he's tick eating and drinking, man. That's a big waste of your consumes. I don't really care that much. That's some dueling stuff, man. Let's see if I can I think faction balance might drop here. Do you think faction balance on SOD could be an issue? Hope they have some sort of balancing system. It could be an issue. If they make, they've said some of the stuff that they said they're gonna do with Ashenvale. It sounds like, you know, hey, if you have a faction that's just like dominating, then it sounds like you're not going to be able to. You might miss out on a queue because there's just too many people. Whereas if you're like horde side and you miss out on the queue, then you might. I know your tricks, man. I know what you do. MCS into a sheep all day. Yeah, he wants me to come over there. Oh, okay, I see. Dude, please, don't kill me. What is this guy doing? Why'd he kill me? Or why was he attempting to kill me is what I mean. Shoot, you got the heal off. Oh, nice player to get. A decked out pally healer. That's what you want to see. Okay, or that could happen, I guess, too. Jeez. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of what I mean is like I think balance stuff is like with factions is going to be hopefully mitigated a bit with world PvP. Is that guy that was doing? Gear doesn't help when you get two shot. Yeah. That is my fear, guys, about like late stages of classic is already super super bursty, right? Like I can blow up someone else can blow me up in like 2 seconds. Um, so that is definitely something that sucks about the later stages of classic PvP. And I don't know what their plan is with like maybe they just let it be, but I feel like with the new abilities that people are gonna have, like it's just gonna be like one shot city, you know, and it's just gonna be about who you can hit first. Where's this guy? Top a tunnel, okay. Just the opener with hunters is just Viper. It feels so good. Yay. Gonna try and enjoy PvP early on. Yeah, I think the low level PvP stuff, especially Ashenvale, is just gonna be amazing. What are you guys doing here? No, the spell pushback, man. I hate that stuff. I could hear him block up there. That's what you get trying to camp the graveyard, I guess. Hey man, been digging the consistent streams? Thanks, I'm trying. I'm trying. One of my biggest things before with streaming is like, it's hard to explain. There's like this hesitancy to turn on your stream. And then as soon as every time I get done streaming, I'm like happy that I streamed and I had fun chatting with you guys, but like the problem of like starting a stream is kind of the issue. So I think me doing like saying I'm going to stream every day just makes it so that I kind of have to. Something that I get in the habit of doing. Oh, there we go. Okay, guys, this is what we're doing. We are looking at, we're going to look at people's gear and links. Okay. Weegios sent this one in. Okay, we're going to click this link and look at what he's looking at. This is specifically Resto 25 Warsong flag carrier. Okay, so a lot of the eagle, which is the way to go for sure. Clam weave, yeah, that thing has such nice stats for being cloth. So this one has like 12 stam, but then for example, Blackened Defias armor is like a stam less, but like look, it has 92 armor as a leather piece, and this thing has 130 as cloth. This thing is crazy. Okay, nice. The updated staff. So if you guys didn't know, they put they put the level 25 weapons in now. So they used to be level 18, but they have like updated level 25 stuff. So I think there are still some better options possibly out there for classes, but that one's like kind of a solid like guarantee, right? 2 stam. Okay, so these ones were probably what I was looking at. originally. I don't know, that might be kind of your go-to in terms of the stamina. My question is if we're able to get this, because this was always such a good offhand, but this is a quest that used to be in BFD, so I don't know if this is just gone. Yeah, Ethan, I'm kind of agreeing with that now that I looked at the other pieces and it seems like especially with the MP5 that you get on this might just be like the best option. Obviously, maybe switching over every once in a while to a one hand to use Veil Dust. I thought this one might be pretty good. Like five, you get 250 mana out of it. Might be something nice to switch on, just like if you are just like running from people and you have a second to drop combat. Torque Wrench obviously is a decent option for increased armor for druids. I've looked at that one before. Your thought process on the offhand is the same thing I feel about the 25 Feral for Nomer quest legs from Rig Wars. What do you mean by that? I guess I'm trying to, like, is it worth it to pick that quest item over other options? Yeah. I thought we heard Nomer might. Oh, I get what you're. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, Ethan. Yeah, I think they were saying that those things won't be changed until um the new phase comes out. But that's just what I heard from somebody random in like a thread or something. So they could have just been completely making that up. Um, because I know that the characters in the here. Let's put on some little bit of background music. My Ashen Vale theme. Um, but yeah, for the legs, I think they had them on the characters at BlizzCon, so maybe they have plans to have those in. Deep Fathom Ring, Stam Int. Okay, yeah. I guess this also comes down to like what you're looking at more. Like Seal of Sylvanas has just so much Stam on it that I feel like it's worth the trade-off for the Int. So those are the two that I was kind of looking at. Also thinking about this, 6 or 4 spirit and 10 spirit. This might be like a good regen switch. Like if you're really low on mana, you switch to these, because I think 4 spirit and 10, like 14 spirit might have. It's hard to say at this level what the regen is on. Is 3 MP5 better? Or this outside of the 5-second rule? I'm not really sure. The Warsong Rep Cloak and Ring are nice too. Yeah, I know. I think Druid benefits a lot from all the PvP stuff that we get. And then you're looking at a lot of the Eagle stuff, so hopefully you can get your hands on these for a good price or find some of them. But yeah. So the thing about this, right? Great option. These bright-eyed goggles are a great option. However, it kind of comes down to, so they where is it? Wasn't in the comments. What was I trying to show? Crafted by. This schematic is really rare. And it's off of a lot of high-level mobs. So the goggles might be more of a sticking point in terms of picking up. That makes sense. Here, let me turn this down just slightly. Um, that's just one thing to think about. Also, for you guys that don't know this, so this is a female character. That's a male, right? Don't know if most of you guys know that, but that's the distinction. Okay? Or you can say body type 2 and body type 1. But my point on this is actually female Tauren do have a slightly smaller hitbox. So there is a upside to being female Tauren. And it's probably what I will end up playing. And so in the future, if people are wondering, is there any benefit? There is a slight benefit to female Tauren. So if you plan on flag carrying a lot, or you want a little bit of an edge in PvP, maybe female Tauren slightly has it. Yeah, just because they're leather with more armor, really. Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of these pieces are like ones you're gonna hope to get, and then in the meantime you might use like, you know, Belt of Argol, or you might even end up having to use some kind of like thing like robes. But hopefully we'll be able to find these kind of things on the auction house. The problem is I think a lot of classes want them. Like, they're really good for Shaman too. Hunter will probably be using these, but not of the eagle. They'll probably look at some of the what's their version? Monkey. Yeah, the monkey ones. Female turns, time to rise up. Yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, by the way, we're talking about some spec stuff or gearing stuff. If you guys want to, if you're in the Discord, if you want to share a link on the gear and spec links, I'll take a look at your guys' stuff and we can talk about things. But yeah, I mean, overall, that's pretty much what I'd go with. Let's see talents. Nature's Grasp, definitely a good choice. Down to Feral Charge and Feline Swiftness. And then Furor. Yeah, this is the scary one, right? This is the scary one. It's like you're gambling with Furor, trying to get that rage going into bear form. At least you can enrage and eventually get your charge off, but that's the only downside of like us being capped at level 25, is not being able to get points enough into there. But yeah, this looks definitely solid. I don't really think I would change anything up here. You could make a slight argument that maybe instead of Thick Hide, you'd want Feral Instinct to be able to like cross midfield or sneak into the flag room without people seeing you as much, but Thick Hide is probably just a good one overall. But you could, just depends on how you like it, you could put it here or there. But yeah, that's probably all the stuff I'd do. Let's look at this. Ooh, yes, Shaman. Okay, so you're going leatherworking. Nice. Gosh, this chest piece is just so like it looks like such a low level item, you know? Makes your character look so goofy. Okay, so you're going balls to the wall, just destroy someone. Ooh, this is a new one for me. Alice Axe. Let's see. Purchasable, interesting. PvE, okay. Keep that in. Not for PvP, okay. So full damage. Dang, that's a one-handed with a 2.8 speed. That's a rare unicorn one. It's only for Alliance. Maybe you can get it from... No, you can get it here. This guy. Yeah, Alliance or Horde. Hot. Weaponsmith. But yeah, that I assume why you're going that is because with the flame strike or um whatchamacallit, lava lash, it hits with offhand weapon damage, so having that slow speed is going to increase your top end. So the blue ups are more RNG. True. Plus, I don't think you can get. I don't think there's many. I don't think there's. Let me open my. I don't think there's many weapons you can get with like that slow of a speed. 2.5, 3. This is a blacksmithing one. Oh, but it's main hand, I see. 5. Stinging Viper all the way down at 2. But that one's a little bit more. That one's a decent option too. 2.8. It's about the same. You're just getting a chance on hit versus the 8 AP, which is probably ends up being better in the end. Boots. 5 strength. Yeah, all this stuff looks pretty good. The interesting thing about this cloak, if you look at it, is like I kind of want to go enchanting on my druid just because I think it'd be nice to have it and it might make some decent money. But man, this thing, it only drops off of like syndicate assassins, and they're 38 to 39 up in here, and it's gonna be real rough. Windstrom Hammer SM for the quest line, unobtainable. It should be in the game. I think SM will be in its original state on phase 1, but I'm not positive. Don't quote me on that, but that's a possibility. But yeah, if you're able to get this enchant, man, you could charge people a lot for it. I just don't know, because okay, so one way of killing high level mobs is kiting them or getting them to a town after you've done some damage to them and having them killed by guards, but there's no place close to here, so you're probably going to have to kite them along the coast. And one way I was thinking about this is with a druid, you'll have Sunfire, and then cat form will be fast, so you'll be able to kite them with Sunfire, but if you get some unlucky resists, they might just leash back. So it might be rough. You might have to go there with a rogue and have the rogue like just Sinister Strike spam until they get a poison proc, but you don't have to do 50% damage to get the loot. I just tested it last night, or I mean the other day on my Shaman, and it seemed that way. Pretty sure you do. The corpse will just be like, the corpse won't be lootable otherwise. Like, we can, while we're talking, I'll fly there, go fast on my Shaman and show you. At least with the tests that I've done. Not to say that Classic Era is the exact same as Season of Discovery, so there could be some changes in there, but pretty sure. Is it confirmed that you can't do 5-man BFD? That's actually a good question, because then you'd actually be able to get more... You'd actually get more loot for yourself if you did it that way. Like, you wouldn't have to be rolling against as many people. I bet you'll be able to. I bet people will find a way. It couldn't be too... The only thing I could see is if there's like an enrage timer or something like that where you have to have enough damage, but that's actually a good question, because if you're really trying to min-max things and get the most out of your 3-day lockout, that might be kind of the way to do it. Okay, I'm just gonna fly there. Where did I want to go? Yeah. I know this game will be very alt-friendly, but I'm interested in maining one character and going hard on the BGs for rep. I'm getting excited imagining getting exalted Warsong epic risks at level 50 bracket, etc. I know there's actually some like at level, let's see here. Let me do this real fast. Oh, actually I wanted to actually make you a higher level. So phase 2 for 40 balance. Balance. I think balance is going to be a lot of fun at 40. You'll have quite a bit of spell power at that point, and you'll be able to kind of, I don't know, do a lot more than you would be able to at 29. Like a lot of these are 25. A lot of these things are a little bit more up in the air, but man, there's like if you were to able to get like the epic risks like you're saying and just some of the stuff, ooh, it's gonna be rough for anyone against some of these casters. Let's see what we're able to work with here. Like no enchants or anything. 176 arcane spell damage is obviously a lot. So I feel like spellcasters are going to get quite a bit stronger later into the game, if that makes sense. I think we'll see them really start popping off at level 40 and 50. Just because like the lower level stuff, you don't really have that many options in terms of you just don't have as many options when it comes to like spell power gear. So that's just kind of my takeaway from that. And I think even at like at level 52, not 52, but at level 50 as well, at that cap, you're going to be able to go into BRD and get some of the entry, like the stuff that's right on the cusp, and you'll be able to get some pretty crazy damage gear for casters as well. Oh, that'll be nice. I think even some of the Ring of Law stuff is, yeah, right at 50. So it's going to be players out there like this for a druid, a hybrid druid would be so nice. Gonna be people just spamming arena runs all day. Yeah, some of this stuff is so good, and it's right at 49, 50. I'm hyped, guys. The fact that they're doing this in phases is really exciting, and it's gonna add a lot more like gameplay that wasn't there before. You know, like before you just breezed past all this content and you wouldn't think twice. 50 bracket will be exciting. Fury Warriors with Flurry Axe, Sunken Temple items. Yeah. True, yeah, the Sunken Temple items are like... What is that? What's the... I think the Epic Sword is like... sadly, like 52. Yeah, 52. That's a bummer. But I think most everything else is right at the level. So you basically don't care about the last boss. That's kind of funny. The last boss has nothing besides a quest. Everything else is like the earlier runs. Man, some of the stuff is crazy. This, guys, this mace on a shaman, if you get 2 of these, oh my gosh, I'm just realizing it. This mace is one hand, and it's not bind on pickup, okay? Or I mean, not bind on pickup. It's not unique. So you can have 2 of these, and these weapons scale 100% with spell damage. So if you have 2 of these both, you can get them to double proc right after each other. Might be kind of fun to play around with. There's obviously a lot better options for like pure damage, but in terms of the proc, it might be kind of fun in PvP. And a lot of other nice like exactly level 50 stuff. staff. And then you'll be able to make the ZF sword, right? Is that shown somewhere in here? I don't even know if that's shown. But I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, it is shown. Yeah, that's level 50. I know it's kind of fast, but you can make that being made at level 50 would be nice, especially because warriors have they have some talent, or they have some runes that increases your swing speed and everything. So if you're buffing your attack speed and you have this, and then you're having like Wind Fury, it'd be pretty nice. I know like traditionally warriors are always like a little bit meh about that, but just event does an axe like that too, I think. Yeah, it does, but I think it's like level 52 or something. Or there's also an axe that's from a rare in like lower Blackrock Spire. So this is just an example, guys. So as you can see, if I tag this mob and I bring it to the guards, I was testing this yesterday. So it's at 82%, right? So I haven't done 50% of its health. Oh, well, now maybe I did. Shoot. Sorry, guys. Let me try again. I had a Earth Shield on, or Lightning Shield. That's not what we wanted to see. I think it's as soon. I think it's basically too, like, if you see, as you can see, I don't get the loot. It might be a aggro thing too. Like, I wonder if I just taunted it a bunch. Let me try one other thing. Let me see if there's a closer mob. But for those of you who are like, why does this matter? Well, my plan was I was trying to find a zone where there's mobs that drop Mage Weave. So let's do a few like low rank shocks to try and keep him on our threat table. That'll probably be enough. But nothing. My plan though was to find a place where there was mobs fairly close that you could kite back to town and loot them for their cloth, and there's gnolls right up here. I think, oh yeah, there's gnolls like right over here that I could kite to these guards on the other side. And that was my plan for my druid, to get the cloth that I wanted, but I don't think you're going to be able to do that, so we might have to think of a new way of making it happen. So as you can see, there's a lot of them here, and they're so close to the town. How long does it take for a casual player with professions, etc., to reach level 25 played? I'd say like 20 hours. 20 hours, especially with like the new abilities and whatnot, just because the new abilities are going to give players like quite a bit more like speed through questing. Unless they really buff the world. Okay, 62%. Yeah, so the idea would be to kite them to here, and then have the guards kill them for you, And then... Okay, so guys, that was I got it to 62%, but I held threat. So it seems to be a threat thing. I just don't know how you would hold. Like, you can't hold threat if none of your abilities are landing, right? So I just feel like regardless it's going to be... So to answer your question, for anyone... Oh, it was John. John, you said you don't have to do 50% damage to get loot. Yes, you seem to be correct. However, it does seem like you do need to keep threat. So if... Yeah, we'll see. After this guard takes threat, then I think we will not get the loot. Yeah, so no loot from that one. So, and you can't really rely on taunt because it will miss a lot of the times, right? Like, it's just not going to hit. So, maybe bear form, sun bear. Maybe the sun bear will be the play, right? Where you just constantly just spam out your stuff in bear form, generate extra threat. Or maybe you have... Yeah, see, I didn't get that one either. I don't know. It's hard. Hard to say. I'm not sure. So, Gorma, for the linking, I'll definitely take a look, but I think if you're just linking from like here, let me show you my screen. If you link just from like up on the URL, it's not going to work. You have to go to share, and then it's going to give you a link to share. So get that link for me, and then I will take a peek. Okay, let's look at this one from Lijo's. Just level 60, okay. Okay, let me look at this one first, since you just fixed it. Okay, tanking. Tanking 25. Tank DPS. Okay. Ace gone. Agi quick draw. Wolf bracers. Get back to my... Okay, yeah, those are pretty much almost this. You probably could find a few other options, but definitely up there. This one. This is a question I have, guys. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get that, because that sword drops from a quest in BFD now. So this is obviously going to be the first boss in the dungeon now, instead of being a summonable event later in the dungeon. So again, this offhand and this sword you might not be able to get. So it's a good one if you can get it. However, it might not be possible. Plus, it is something to think about. A lot of times, players want a really fast offhand, because then they can put on instant poison, and also it's going to proc poisons a little bit more often. I think that's often why rogues will do that. Maybe that's more of a PvP thing, or PvP thing. Okay. On these gloves, make sure if you are tanking, these might not be the best ones to do the on use, because it reduces oh no, this one increases your threat. Oh, I think it's the boots that decrease, right? Increase attack speed. Okay, well, yeah, this is huge then. That's a great option. Great belt. Yeah, this is like best in slot belt. Good legs for sure. Boots. Yeah, pretty much 100% agree with all this stuff. On the only thing is you probably could find some better bracers, but everything else looks pretty good. Also, this bow, it might be better to find like, well, the ranger bow might be kind of expensive, but I think the ranger bow is the only one that has like a stat on it, so you can get like, I think it's like 1 or 2 agility, and then it at least gives you some stats. But yeah, this was like your best bet otherwise for shooting people from far away. And then talents. Okay, so some like increased parry and riposte. Nice. Yeah, improved sprint will be so nice for PvP. Nice, yeah, all that stuff looks good. The one thing I am kind of sad about is rogues kind of tend to, from what I've seen, they kind of tend to only have like a few ways of playing their class at 29 for in terms of don't have a lot of options with their runes. And Slaughter from the Shadows is it would be so nice for PvP. But yeah, quick draw is gonna be crazy. Same with Between the Eyes. Causing the target to bleed 11 damage every 2 seconds for 12 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. Okay, interesting. So is this like a new SS basically? Just gives you a bleed over time. Interesting. Yeah, I mean all this stuff looks really, really good. Looks like a solid setup. Again, we'll see with the mace. Hopefully the mace will be in the game, and then the sword. Who knows? We'll have to see on the sword. And peeking at Weicho's level 60 priest. Nice. NG goggles. This is pretty much the best plus healing you can. The plus healing on these goggles are actually insane. Like for example, like the tier 3 Shaman head gives like 60 something plus healing. So these NG items are so insane. It'll be cool to see if, you know, we have them adding some really nice leather pieces. It'll be cool if they add some more patterns for gear at like level 60 to encourage people to play other professions. Okay. AV neck. That's a pretty solid option. Pretty much your only option outside of like what you have the healing neck from Skolo, and you have the, or I mean, excuse me, you have the MP5 neck from Upper Blackrock Spire, and then you have a healing neck from Strat. This link is just a showcase of the rep items available for fresh Ding 60. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I wonder if at the 40 cap, so let's see, at level 25, their big focus is Warsong, right? And Ashenvale. I wonder if level 30 cap is going to be kind of AB focused, which would be cool, and then it would allow you to get your rep up with that. Healing Cloak. Yeah, the Juicy True Faith. Yeah, it's actually crazy how many PvP items you're able to get right off of rep. Yeah, I know before in Classic, I know you said you doubt that the Warsong Bolt's legs are at the start of 60 phase. And yeah, we'll have to see on that. I know they didn't do that in Classic 2019. Yeah, some crazy options for sure. The legs came out in phase 6, yeah, which is kind of a bummer because at that point, like, they were still good, but a lot of people just didn't end up using them. Only some classes. I wish they came out in like maybe phase 4 or 5. it is kind of what it is, I guess. Okay, guys, those are all the links that people sent me. I think we'll kind of wrap things up. Here's the Discord. If you want to hang out in there, talk about Season of Discovery. Just a good place to chill. But beyond that, it was a good stream today. We had some fun, had some good discussion, and as always, I will be around tomorrow. You got a few more? All right. We'll look at one more, and then we'll head off. Give me something good. Something. Okay, let's see. This is actually what I dream of happening on a character solo mained through the phases and working towards all the reps exalted. Assuming rank 10 is obtainable after the world PvP and BG grinding for 4 to 5 months of the phases. Not sure if Shadow Word Death or Penance, but Death for Polys is so tempting. Yeah, it definitely is. Okay. So yeah, I got the juicy 6-piece. Nice. Yeah, all good stuff. The Skull of Impending Doom, obviously a must. Balance, you're going kind of traditional PvP spec. Lesser heal, so you're reducing shield stuff, right? Yep. Prayer of Mending. I've heard this looks really, like I haven't looked at it too much, but people say it sounds super strong. And then Deathing, being able to death stuff. Yeah, I see what you mean though. Penance might be too tempting. And then Death is a little bit more like situational. It's also dependent on how much Penance costs mana wise. Like if it's like 10% of your mana, it might not be worth it. But yeah, having that option there is nice. You could, like, there's so many things that you'd be able to death, like deathing scatters or deathing like blinds. I mean, those are a lot more like you just have to kind of predict. Whereas at least like a poly, you kind of see it coming in. But I guess if you're spamming Shadow Word Death and you're scattered, there's a chance that you have that little bit of time. If they put the trap down a little late, you have that time to jump over and death it before you get put in the trap, which would be nice. Same thing for Resto. Pretty traditional gear here. Nothing I can see that I could see you swapping out maybe like an armor ring. But everything else looks pretty good. Yeah, I think what else would you have for wild growth? Yeah, exactly. Wild growth is kind of your best option. It'll be interesting to see what we get later on too. Oh, I'm just sitting here talking to myself, not showing you guys. It's always good. Sorry, guys. Yeah, but I was saying this stuff all looks pretty good. Maybe you'd look at getting something a little bit different for rings here. And then heroes is priest stuff. Balance, were you looking at? Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Nice. Okay. Well, yeah, guys, I'm going to hop off. I'm going to go hang out in Disc for a little bit. I'll probably go in the voice channel for like 15 minutes if any of you guys want to come in there and chat. I think what the topic I'll discuss with is I kind of want to hear some of your guys' plans on like your first like few days in the game and like what you're going to be focusing on. But as always, thanks for hanging out, guys, and